Baby, something by you. Cocoa heart, no run by you. Things are better, baby. And the summer gonna be low. Okay. Oh man, what's up, everybody? Good morning. How you doing? Welcome. I had to fix the volume.
Could you come in, please?
The volume's not where I want it to be with my mic. Good morning. Good morning. Today's the insanity phase. Sorry, I pushed back the time a bit and came back a little late, but I'm here. I'm here, and I am.
Mr. Adelson, are you ready to proceed? Yes, I've been for 20 some odd minutes. Well, regrettably, we were kept outside.
So today they got.
We were here in time. In fact, we actually saw you come in.
CVS Pharmacy Tech.
Let the record reflect that we were ready to proceed at the time designated at 9:30.
That is not accurate. We were not allowed in, sir. Okay. So the time is, I guess, almost 10 minutes up. But you are ready to proceed now, sir?
Yes, I am.
Hey, look. It ain't so, girl. Hell no. It ain't so.
I do.
Thank you. And that's what
Are
he was
you
working
aware
on?
that are you aware that when we make proposals for
Taylor Schabusiness is accused of killing a man and later dismembering his body. The details
To strike us not
Facebook, real quick.
And it was that he was working
Well, I'll
on.
make a positive statement.
Facebook.
When one applies for when one is a candidate, one has to make. Bring me in the total box of application we made for Singapore, please. The box. Ask Patty to bring the whole box in,
Yo, what's
please.
playing in the background? I hope it's not music.
The 30 pounds of box. I'll show you what an application looks like.
There's barely anything open.
And was that the first and last time?
Oh, this guy. Oh, the sassy guy. That boy was sassy yesterday. This was so funny watching this guy. Mafia dude. Allegedly. I don't know. I'm just kidding. I don't know. Oh, the sun's out today too. Let me crank up YouTube. I'll be right back. I mean Facebook. Facebook. Okay, let me see how you guys are doing. All right, let me get the chat up. We're launched on Facebook. People were saying they didn't see yesterday the verdict. They found her guilty. If we have downtime today, because I wasn't planning on replaying yesterday's part because we were here for 10 hours. They found her guilty. Today's the second phase, the penalty, not the penalty, but like part 2? Are they gonna rule if she was insane or not? Type of shit. Send myself some. Oh yeah, we got a couple of different local stories as well we can touch on. So we'll see depending on how much downtime there is, because there's a couple little stories we could talk about if there's a bunch of downtime while we wait. All right. Good morning. I think this morning there's a couple things that the judge has to like rule on or something like that. Or they have to make some decisions this morning before the jury comes in. But if for anybody that missed it, yeah, it was less than an hour. Maybe it was 30 or 45 minutes, the verdict yesterday. Super short, quick. Guilty on all counts, which was, I think, homicide, the SA, and then like mutilation to a corpse or something like that. There you go. Thanks, Diggs. Yeah. Oh, Ethan Crumley's in court? Whoa, what's going on with him? What's going on with Ethan? What happened with Carly yesterday too? There was all these rumors that she was arrested or she turned herself in or something, but I never saw any confirmation. The verdict, all it was the judge reading all guilty on all three. It's not like the judge spoke to her yet. If you're wondering if you missed that. If I have time, I'll show it yesterday, but all it is him saying guilty 3 times and reading the charges. There wasn't anything like a wow moment, you know. Oh, good. Devin Proctor says they found my friend's daughter alive in Texas yesterday. Thank God. I'm glad. Yesterday, Alicia Navarro turned up too, which I'm happy about, of course, you know. I'm happy about that. Oh, and there's another thing too I got to talk to you guys about. Hopefully we have hopefully we have time. There was this fake hoax yesterday. There was multiple hoaxes, but there was one in particular. There's 2 of them we're going to talk about, but one that's pretty short. They pull up on my Instagram. There's a bunch of people doing this clout shit. And there's people with the mentality that every single thing is sex trafficking. Somebody's sex trafficking. A lot of people just run away, or people are just doing hoaxes. Of course, when somebody disappears, you got to take it probably the worst case scenario. But there's a lot of people playing on people's emotions. Let's see if I can show you this clip if we have time. I think it's like a minute long. I knew as soon as I heard this shit, this was sus. All right. I knew this was sus as soon as I heard it.
And that went to Dave and Buster's.
Yeah. Oh, not even plugged in. Hold up. I want to hear what you guys hear.
And they were with her.
How do I reset this?
From the sale with him that went to Dave and Buster's. And they were with her mother in Doral. Yes, Sammy, look both ways. In Doral. And the 10 girls go into the bathroom. All of the mothers are in front of the bathrooms waiting for the daughters to get out of the bathroom. 9 girls come out instead of 10 girls. And what happened is that there was a sex trafficking person that was in the bathroom stall that had grabbed a hold of one of the young ladies, and she had her on top of the bathroom, on top of the toilet, and she had put like a muzzle on her mouth so that she couldn't talk, and then she had changed her clothes and all of that. Y se la iban a llevar. And the mom was going bananas, like looking for her daughter. She didn't understand where she was. They went into the bathroom. They called the cops. And sure enough, the girl was inside the stall with this woman that was already arranging to take her. So apparently the police told them that this is actually occurring 2 to 3 times per week. And it's a common occurrence. And it happens a lot, especially in places where you go to play games, video games or whatever, you know, those gaming places with your kids. So I'm sharing this because I think we need to really create awareness and let people know.
Let me tell you.
From the sale with him.
So as soon as I heard this yesterday, I knew something was up. I was being tagged. This is some shit out of Miami, Dave and Buster's. And the story is that all the moms are standing outside of the bathroom, which is not crazy to me that moms are standing outside of the bathroom, but I don't know how old these kids are, but like every single parent is standing outside. That's how the story is. And that there's just kids walking in this bathroom and 10 kids walk in together and only one walks out. I just didn't buy this bullshit. And so, and it's too bad. Maybe you want to call it the Rudy effect, the Carly effect, whatever. But the police department replied already to this shit too. And they said, we are aware of the rumors circulating about a possible abduction incident that took place at Dave & Buster's. We've reached out to all interested parties and have confirmed that no such incident occurred. Sylvia, I talked to Sylvia this morning too. He told me he knows one manager at one of the Dave & Buster's, and they said it's bullshit. And then you still got people delusional like this, delusional as fuck. Let me see, what did they say? How much did Dave & Buster's pay? Funny how these stories always get downplayed. These people are so delusional and brainwashed. You can't help these people. They're so, you can tell them anything and they'll just believe it. Whatever. And look what they quote here. Also funny how movie theaters try to make it uncomfortable for viewers to watch a movie like Sound of Freedom. Shame on this. Our tax dollars go to you to protect us, our children. You think Dave & Buster's, somebody paid them for the shit? People are gone. You can't help these people, man. Even when the police come out and say it. And nothing you can do for them. These people you got to let them go on in life. You just let them go on. Nothing you can do but distance yourself. It don't matter what you tell them, bro. I knew this shit was cockamamie when I first heard it. So I wanted to share that story. All right. We heard otherwise. Let's see. Lots of ignorant people on here. Yes, there is human trafficking, and yes, parents may need to be vigilant and concerned, but whoever put this out needs to be arrested for spreading this shit. Human traffickers, profile drifters, loaners. Yeah, whatever. I mean, I agree. I'm not gonna read the whole thing, but people are gone. They're brainwashed. Maybe because the Sound of Freedom movie came out, every single thing has to be trafficking or some shit like that. I haven't watched Sound of Freedom. I've heard a lot of different mixed things, right? I haven't researched it myself, so I really would want to research it before I really comment on it or anything like that. But yeah, there's people out there now that every single incident has to be that, and if it's proven to be otherwise and investigated, well, that can't be. It must be an inside job type of thing. So there's some of these people. There's nothing you can do for them. You can't help them. You just let them wander through life. You know? Nothing you can do. Nothing you can do. Kind of like that family. What, the Siglarano family? That family that they just wanted to run from themselves. Everybody thought something happened to them, but they just wanted to run off. And they said that the government was chasing them. So the police finally caught them. They found them because they got videotape from a gas station. And they said, we're fine, but the government's after us. And so I guess there's nothing you can do if they choose to just run aimlessly. Let them run aimlessly. So they left their house. I mean, sad for the kids. And so I guess to this day, this family is just running from themselves. Nothing you can do for these people. I guess you just let them do what they're going to do. Okay. Months and months and months of just running. Jesus Christ. All right. Did you have a chance to watch Schuabusiness interrogation with better audio at all, dude? I think she's actually crazy. I haven't. I think Court TV had a little bit better audio, but you know what? I listened to a small snippet that Law and Crime posted yesterday, and I feel like you could hear more. I don't know. But no, I guess the answer is no. I haven't listened to basically what we've listened to like yesterday. I haven't listened to like a better version. By the way, it's unmuted. I have the stream unmuted, their stream, so that they just don't have any mic audio right now. Have to wait. Good morning. If you guys hit the like button, I hope you're doing well. Hope you guys slept good. All that good stuff. We're at the end. I did cover some of Ethan and his parents. I did. I slept pretty good. I was up a little late. I think until like 1. But I slept all right. I watched some weird Netflix movie. Some weird shit. Weirdo shit. Yeah, maybe we can listen to some of those clips, whatever Law and Crime posted yesterday. Maybe we can have I'm thinking there's going to be some downtime once they have to go deliberate. I don't know how long. I don't know how good these, if they allow some of these witnesses. I think I heard there was 2 witnesses. There was one that's like a pharmacologist, I believe. I don't know. I don't remember who the other one was. But I think the judge was saying like he doesn't know that this pharmacologist is qualified to talk about Taylor having brain damage from weed or some shit. Or maybe meth, I don't know. What movie? Let me see. I'll type some weird thing about some post-apocalyptic, which I love post-apocalyptic. Netflix. Let me sign it and see. Don't play. Jeez. Oh, Bird Box Barcelona. I guess an updated version of Bird Box. Daddy, do it for me, Daddy. Free them, Daddy. You're sending them to heaven. Okay. Boy goes on to kill a bunch of people, gang of people and shit. Thank you, Daddy. We'll be reunited. Anybody that's watched it knows what I'm talking about. You would think that after a while they'd upgrade the audio for these interrogation rooms, but I'm guessing it's because it's playing off of the TV and the mics aren't set up by the TV, so it sounds even worse. Christy, good morning. Slapfish, Ashley. Oh, that chase thing, yeah. So what happened last night? There was a chase, and I tried to multi-stream it, but I forgot. I never ended the Twitch and Facebook thing yesterday, so I think I tried to stream on top of those. Because I was trying to multi-stream on this computer, because it's never a problem to do the chases, but so I think that caused issues because I didn't end the live yesterday. But anyway, the chase ended like 2 minutes in. The guy gave up and stuff. So, and the other thing too, for people that are watching on Facebook, sorry about yesterday. I should have came back and like for the verdict. Facebook has a max of 8 hours streaming, and so yesterday we were here for 10 hours. So anytime Facebook you get to the 8-hour mark, they just cut it off. So Facebook's technology they can't handle it. It's outdated. It's futile compared to the other platforms. I shouldn't talk shit though, because Facebook is pretty damn good to me. Not stream wise, but for the clips and stuff. Jane, thank you. Brain damage from weed. Must have been puffing harder than Snoop Dogg. Maybe had that shit laced. Kelly, what's up? Kelly E, good morning. Being Bio Girl, good morning. The bar is open early, folks. I feel kind of chilled today a little bit because I guess it's over. We're already at the end. I mean, I don't know if this is gonna be a 10-hour day again. I hope not. I don't think it's gonna be 10 hours today. Let me start sending myself some of these local stories. There's one in particular that's kind of crazy too. that I'm gonna share once they take a break. Like this other hoax, another kidnapping hoax in Florida. I guess this shit happened, and it's an 11-year-old. I want to clip this one though, so we can post it to YouTube later, and maybe Facebook. Facebook. I gotta play the Facebook clip for you guys too, because people don't know what I'm talking about when I say Facebook. Laura Roten, thank you so much for the super chat. Says they were saying brain damage from smoking meth. I heard them in one of the hearings bring up weed as well, that she was smoking since she was a minor, and that could have had effects on her brain as well. I heard that before the trial started, with that trial hearing thing that we watched, and I thought I heard that yesterday. I heard the meth thing, but I also multiple times heard them reference weed and the effects that it had because she was young at the time when she was smoking weed.
22 CF 363, State of Wisconsin versus Taylor Schabusiness. State appears by Deputy District Attorney Saunders and District Attorney Lizay. Schuabusiness is here, as is her attorney, Mr. Frail, at the court's calendar. Really for a Dahmer type hearing this morning to address Dr. O'Donnell, who Mr. Freilich had submitted as a potential expert for the responsibility phase. So, Mr. Freilich?
Thank you, Your Honor. Well, the defense does have Dr. Diane Litton, PhD, as an expert to testify in phase 2 of this trial, the NGI phase. I did confer and consult with Dr. James T. O'Donnell yesterday after court to further talk about his opinions in this matter. I've had a number of discussions with him. I know that he is a pharmacologist who has lots of experience and has testified as an expert in the field of pharmacology in the past. I shared with him some of the concerns that the court had with regards to the 4 points of his trial opinion that was discussed yesterday. The defense had retained him some time ago, and he did testify at a motion hearing, I believe, back in June on legal issues related to the statements and other issues of that sort. After further analysis, after further contemplation and discussion, the defense has decided to not call him in phase 2 of this proceeding based on the comments that court made and some of the concerns that the court shared. We do not believe that it would be helpful at this point in time, and so we're going to not call him at this phase of the case.
Okay. And I respect that opinion, or that decision rather, Mr. Freilich. I want to indicate that I raised the concerns yesterday because I was very much interested in focusing any testimony at this hearing today on areas where I thought some testimony would need to be directed. I wasn't deciding what was going to happen at this hearing. So I just want to make clear, I didn't render a decision. That's why I'm here this morning to listen to testimony. But I respect your decision to not call him, and that is your decision. And you're right. You have another expert that you're calling, who has already testified in this case as well. So there's no need for a hearing on that this morning. Obviously, the jury isn't going to be in for another 45 minutes, so we can't get going. We have a little bit of extra time. But a couple of things. First of all, does the state have anything you want to share on that, Mr. Saunders?
No.
Okay. A couple of things. I was asked by security this morning, Mr. Freilich, about whether your client needed to be in street clothes or whether simply the jail scrubs was fine. Frankly, I think the answer probably is she could have come in jail scrubs because that's the point of the proceeding we're at. On the other hand, I didn't care one way or the other. I'm sure security would have preferred it the other way, but I see that she's here in street clothes. And that's something that you wanted, Mr. Freilich, is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, so that's been accomplished, and we'll do it that way. Then when the jury returns, I think all I would do is give them instruction 603. And I don't know if the parties have that in front of you. If you don't, I'll get you a copy of it. But 603, 603 has a few what I'll call options. The first option is if the first phase was resolved with the plea of guilty or no contest, add the following, and then I was to insert the elements. That didn't occur in this case. So the only change I would suggest making to 603 is that the defendant has been found guilty of, and then list the offenses as I've done in these instructions so far, and then indicate we will now proceed with the second phase of the trial. During the second phase, you will be asked to determine whether the defendant is not responsible by reason of mental disease or defect, and then continue to read that instruction. First of all, I saw when I mentioned about whether or not you had it in front of you, you nodded, Mr. Saunders, you have it in front of you.
No, I don't, but I reviewed it this morning.
Well, let me we can just make 2 copies. I'm assuming you need a copy as well.
I've got it in my binder.
Then I'll make Mr. Saunders a copy.
Thank you, Judge.
So I'll start with you, Mr. Freilich, because you have it. You've probably looked at it as I've been talking. Any objection to my sending out 603 out in that fashion?
Makes sense, Your Honor.
Mr. Saunders?
No objection.
Okay. So that's what I'll do. And then I guess the only other issue is the order of questioning. I know the burden of proof now shifts to the defense. Generally, the party with the burden of proof goes first, although this is kind of one of those cases where the state generally is perceived as going first. Mr. Saunders, preference?
No, I agree. I think the defense has the burden, so they would start opening statement, we would respond, and then they would call witnesses.
Mr. Freilich?
That makes sense as well. I believe, in talking to Mr. Lissay, at the end, at closing, then I would have the rebuttal.
Right.
So
that makes sense. So that's what we'll do. I'm going to keep you under the same time frames I had for openings and closings during the guilt phase of the trial. Okay. Anything else to take up? I'll go briefly modify that jury instruction. Anything else to bring up, Mr. Saunders?
I don't know if the court also wants to read the opening statement instruction too after 603. I don't know if it's necessary or not, but
I can.
okay.
That is not any objection to that, Mr. Freilich?
no, Your Honor.
Okay. I'll get the opening statement instruction. The proposed jury instruction guide is pretty sparse as to what they suggest we read. So, and frankly, at the end as well, there's 605, but nonetheless, we'll talk about that later. I'll get the opening instruction, the opening statement instruction. I'll read 603 first, then I'll read the opening statement instruction, and we'll go from there. Anything else, Mr. Saunders?
No, thank you.
Mr. Freilich, anything else?
Nothing else. Thank you.
Okay, well, the jury will be in at 9:15, so we have a little bit of time, and we'll be back on the record at 9:15. We're in recess.
Thank you.
Okay, so I guess they have one witness, I guess. Are they gonna do closing again or something like that? We're talking about like rebuttal and stuff. Are they doing? Do they have to do another closing? I guess not opening, right? Just closing. I don't know. It sounded like they were gonna do something, or they're just talking about the witnesses and rebuttaling or something like that. I mean, I'm anticipating today will be quicker. I hope so. They'll be quicker. Let me send myself some of these articles. The weird thing too, I mean, a friend told me about this, as far as like the trafficking thing, that fake post that I was talking about earlier in the stream. It is kind of interesting too that when the stuff, certain stories are found not to be true or a hoax, that these people get really upset that it's a hoax. Not that I'm saying that they're upset about the people that faked it. I'm saying that it's like they're upset that it was exposed that it wasn't true, as if they wanted it to be true. Like the people saying, well, this isn't fake. It must be an inside job. I don't understand why they're so upset. You should be happy in that sense. It is annoying that people are hoaxing this shit and faking this stuff. That is annoying. All right, let me send myself some of these stories. Sylvia was on the prowl this morning, early morning. I woke up to like 6 messages or something. On the prowl. Sylvia on the prowl. I need to have this thing linked to my computer so I can just having to send myself all this stuff. We got one. We're going to talk about the suitcase thing. Oh, we're going to talk about this hoax. 11-year-old. I don't know, man. How this 11-year-old involved in this shit? What else we got? Sylvia on the prowl. I just saw that. They gonna charge the 11-year-old? They gonna charge the 11-year-old, but they still haven't charged Carly? Yeah, up to the no. What else we got? Oh, I saw that press conference already. We watched the press conference on the 3 bodies. Or sorry, 3 suitcases that had one woman's body. Oh, they gave an update apparently to the suitcase thing 2 days ago. Did we watch that? I don't know if we watched this update. Let's send it to myself in case we haven't watched it. Okay. So let's start off with this. Oh, we got 30 minutes? Okay. Let's start off with the hoax. And then if you guys want, we could watch some clips, some of the maybe the highlight stuff from the interrogation. Let's check it out. Let's check it out. Make myself a little bigger. Okay. All my buttons on the keyboard are stuck. Okay. I can't try to scroll down. Okay. Would be funny. Port Orange 11-year-old arrested after abduction hoax. Young girl faces charges of making a false report misusing 911. I guess Alabama's kind of soft. They're taking their time.
Moving on now, in Volusia County, an 11-year-old is facing a list of charges, including a felony for a fake phone call. Police say she called 911 to report a kidnapping that never actually happened.
The sheriff's office says its deputies, along with officers from Edgewater, New Smyrna Beach, and Port Orange, joined in the search for the made-up suspect. They say they even put up their air unit, all for a hoax. Now, this is at least the second time this month this has happened in Volusia County. Earlier this month, a fake emergency call to a home in Deltona ended up with a SWAT training their gun on an innocent man. News 6's Treasure Roberts is live outside the Volusia County Sheriff's Office for us tonight. Treasure.
Ginger, Eric, Sheriff Mike Chitwood takes these fake calls very seriously. They can lead to big consequences, even for kids.
Stay calm. You can talk to your parents. We can open the window and let you talk to them. Nothing's going to happen to you.
The Volusia County Sheriff's Office says an 11-year-old girl was arrested Wednesday after texting 911 about a fake abduction.
You're going to take this as a lesson at 11 years old that if you do something.
Damn, they're going hard. Florida going You're going to learn your lesson here. We're going to take it out. I don't know. I wonder what it's an 11-year-old. I do feel people should be held responsible, but I don't know what this 11-year-old was planning. But damn, Florida moving in. Alabama's still lollygagging. I mean, I don't want to say lollygagging because they did a pretty good investigation. But, and you know, they're talking about possible charge. It's a bigger investigation than this, right? But these people ain't playing.
Stupid in the future, you're going to enjoy those cuffs.
Deputies said
he said you're going to enjoy the cuffs. Wow.
Dispatchers, her friend had been kidnapped by an armed man near Oak Hill. and she was following in a vehicle. That prompted several deputies and police officers from 3 different agencies to search for the kidnapper. But when they tracked the girl's cell phone, it led them back to her Port Orange home where she was safe with family.
Damn, on some Rudy Farias shit. Ooh.
She confessed she got the idea from a YouTube challenge, thinking it would be funny.
Walk this way, right here. Come here. Keep your hands up.
A similar incident happened in Deltona last week.
We got a call that said that someone came home from work, shot their wife, tied the kids up, and was going to light the house.
Oh my God.
Deputies searched the home, finding no evidence of a crime. Volusia County Sheriff Mike Chitwood says these calls are typically about public places, and some are threats to schools during the school year. Now they're happening to residents.
And these idiots that make these calls, they either want to harass the person who they're making the call on, or they're hoping that the police or the homeowner make a fatal mistake.
The sheriff says this is dangerous and warns parents to closely monitor their kids' social media usage. The sheriff's office is hosting several community forums to help parents protect their kids from internet dangers. The first forum is on Monday, and you can find a full schedule on our website.
So it's a TikTok challenge. Somebody said TikTok challenge. I guess they found this particular person found it on YouTube. The YouTube challenge. Wow. How do you text? They said texting, right? Yeah. How do you text 911? According to deputies, the girl texted updates for the next hour and a half, explaining she was following in a blue Jeep and describing the supposed gunman. Several deputies responded alongside police from Edgewater, Port Orange, and New Smyrna, whatever that is, to search for the kidnapper, though no vehicles was found. Wow. Is this the full video here?
Stay calm.
Oh.
You can talk to your parents. We can open the window and let you talk to them. Nothing's going to happen to you. Do you understand that? Okay.
I'm telling you this right now. You're going to take this as a lesson at 11 years old, that if you do something stupid in the future, you're going to enjoy those cuffs.
I'm not going to do this again.
You know, this is going to be an opportunity for you to turn this into a learning experience. This is not something you're going to carry with you for the rest of your life, okay?
Damn. Wow. Carly out here still, as far as I know, Carly out there walking. Wow. Amazing. Got a clip for YouTube. Somebody has said earlier, somebody in the chat said earlier about some woman in Texas that maybe we should start covering and doing collages or compilations of all these people that are just walking back home or faking the funk. Maybe we need to start highlighting these people. Somebody said earlier about somebody in Texas that just walked home from a barbecue. What was that? Somebody? Let me see if I can find it. Burned skeleton found. Oh, hell no. This is completely different from what I thought you said. Skeleton found in barbecue pit, identified as missing woman. Lord almighty. Talking about taking it back serious. Depressing. Let's see what this is.
Remains found in a backyard barbecue pit last July belonged to a woman who was last seen alive before Hurricane Harvey hit in 2017. ABC 13's Jessica Willie is live with the facts on this case. Jessica?
Yeah, this is certainly not how the family of Miranda Rodriguez wanted this to end. They last spoke to her right before Hurricane Harvey hit in 2017. Since then, they have wondered endlessly what happened to her and even speculated whether she was washed away. Well, police confirmed to me that they notified the family about this identification and that the search is over.
It's like a lost soul out there. Nobody found it until now.
So I wonder whose barbecue pit that is.
A grisly discovery in a backyard barbecue pit on Peach Creek Drive last July.
There appears to be a full skeleton.
Now has brought some answers. According to the Harris County Institute of Forensic Sciences, the skeletal remains found by a man hired to clean up the backyard are that of Miranda Rodriguez. It took nearly a year to make the identification.
You ever seen her around here?
We were with Miranda's parents as they posted flyers and searched for her in the days after Hurricane Harvey in 2017. They last heard from her the night the storm hit.
She's not answering her phone, so I was really worried.
And so for nearly 6 years, she was a missing person, and they hoped the 24-year-old mother would be found. The identification comes as a shock, a family member tells ABC 13. The case is still under investigation, though cause and manner of death is undetermined. Police say there was no trauma to the bones that had also been burned. The man who found the remains had questions. One now remains unanswered.
Hopefully they find out how it happened or like who it was.
Jessica Willey, ABC 13, Eyewitness.
Imagine they come out and be like, no foul play, be like, bruh, come on. All right. So let me see. We're still waiting. It's about 26 minutes. Okay. We got other stuff we can look at. Let's see what else. I wanted to definitely touch on that hoax. Let me see. Sent. Okay. They released the renderings of this woman found in the suitcase.
New details tonight on the human remains found stuffed in suitcases in Delray Beach. Police releasing these artist renderings of the victim. She's described as a white or Hispanic middle-aged woman with brown hair, about 5'4" tall, wearing a floral top and black shorts. Detectives also released these images of the suitcases that she was found in. The suitcases were found floating on the intracoastal waterway last week. Detectives believe that she was tossed into the water sometime between July 17th to the 20th. And here's one more look at the victim here. If you recognized her from these artist renderings or know anything about this case, contact the Delray Beach Police Department. That phone number on your screen, 561-243-7888.
Wow. All right. Damn. A lot of weird, crazy stories going on. Sherry Papini. All right, let's take a look at law and crime. Shocking and disappointing. That's the verdict yesterday. No emotion. Bizarre. Defense claims state's murder case against Taylor.
Well, as the attorney for the defendant, Taylor, Schuabusiness, I'd like to share with you that I believe this case is a puzzling, unclear, confusing, and bizarre set of facts. It is unknown what really happened between February 22nd of 2022 and February 23rd of 2022. What we do know in this case is that numerous law enforcement officers testified. We had detectives, we had police officers, we had Dr. Kita, and DNA experts, forensic specialists, lots of different people, some citizen witnesses. I'd ask that you consider setting aside your emotions.
Megathor says the Navarro case is weird, by the way. Saw an article that says she went to the police station by herself in Montana to say she's okay after hitting 18. Mom didn't know till 1 hour before the news. Yeah, like, that whole thing doesn't really surprise me. I'm glad she's okay. And that makes me think maybe there was some reason she didn't want to be at home, possibly. And it's interesting. Yeah, I didn't know that she waited until she was 18. So, yeah, and police said that she looked like she was in good condition. She seemed to be okay. There was a lot of people looking for her, though. But, you know, I'm glad she finally decided to let everybody know that she's okay. I don't know the details behind that.
Emotions.
I covered that story once, I think.
And decide this case based on the facts that are presented, that have been presented. You've sat here for the last 3 days. You've been here in court. I know that you've listened very closely, but don't assume anything. When you deliberate about all of the facts. What we do know is that law enforcement officers on February 23rd of 2022 went to 829 Stony Brook Lane in Green Bay, this small Cape Cod home, and made contact with the occupants, Tara Pakinich, Stephen Hendricks, and Ava Wheelock was woken up, but they were all sitting at the kitchen table, and officers came in to see what was going on. There was a concern, obviously, that there was a bucket down at the end of the stairs.
There was a concern.
We heard from Detective Roth that this was an ongoing investigation. Law enforcement, they were trying to piece this together. It was an unusual situation, and so they were trying to find out what happened. Unfortunately, I believe it was Officer Plonky and Officer Wanish, they testified. They came here and indicated that they went down to check out what was in the basement, and there was the head of shit.
Oh, you know what's crazy? I don't really want to rewatch it. We watched this shit yesterday. I heard somebody mentioning this yesterday, talking about Aaron Hernandez's brother plotted mass shooting. Aaron Hernandez, the former NFL star convicted of convicted murder. Aaron Hernandez is making national headline after his brother Dennis Hernandez admitted to planning multiple mass shootings at 2 Connecticut colleges. Wow. That Aaron Hernandez story is really, really interesting. I've seen some documentaries on it, 1 or 2 of them a while back. Really interesting stuff. That boy was living the life.
What say you, Madam Foreperson, on indictment 2014-10417, offense 001, charging murder in the first degree, victim Daniel D. Abreu. You find the defendant not guilty, guilty of murder in the first degree, or guilty of murder in the second degree?
Not guilty.
What say you, Madam Foreperson, on indictment 2014-10417, offense 007, charging possession of a firearm, not home, work, no license, to wit, a .38 caliber revolver, the date of July 16th, 2012. Do you find the defendant not guilty or guilty of the offense as charged?
Guilty of the offense as charged.
6 years after former NFL tight end and convicted murderer Aaron Hernandez killed himself in prison, it's now his brother who's making headlines. Dennis DJ Hernandez admits he planned to carry out multiple mass shootings at 2 Connecticut colleges. According to officials there, the 37-year-old planned attacks at both the University of Connecticut and Brown University, where he played football in college. Court documents show Hernandez took to social media, writing, quote, "Will I kill? Absolutely," and, quote, "I've warned my enemies, so pay up front." According to the same report, a woman, only identified as victim, reported Hernandez was, quote, "rambling about people owing him money." She also reported Hernandez went into multiple classrooms at the University of Connecticut and mentioned having bullets. A text from Hernandez to the victim reads in part, quote, "UConn program is going to pay unless I have a package deal, and I get my estate and every single thing I've worked for. The coaches and university officials want to be selfish. I'm prepared to give my life, so if I don't get to see you on the outside, know I love you always. Not all shootings are bad, I'm realizing. Some are necessary for change to happen." All this comes years after his famous brother's legal troubles and ultimately his death.
Word recess.
All right. Wait, he's dead? When did Aaron die? He's dead? He's not dead, is he? Not dead. Oh, he died? Oh, what did I think he's left?
Aaron Hernandez rose to fame as a tight end for the New England Patriots between 2010 and 2013. That same year, Hernandez was arrested for the murder of Odin Lloyd. He was found guilty and sentenced to life in prison.
Oh, he offed himself? Oh, I forgot about that. Hey, I don't know why I thought this guy was alive. There was rumors too, right, with this guy that like he was. Didn't they say he was into, or he had some sort of relationship with a man or something, or there was rumors, and that's why he killed this guy? I know that was like, wasn't there something like that? I forgot the story. The guy was gonna out him or something like that, or he knew or threatened to out him, and so that's what he went and killed him or something. There's apparently too. I'm looking at this article. Let me see. The body camera video shows the arrest of Aaron Hernandez's brother. Let's take a look at that. It was posted 2 hours ago. So does it run in the family? Oh, they took that link down. Let me try the other one. One of them's got to work. Okay. Oh, damn. It's not one thing, it's the other, right? Oh, here we go. It's only 11 seconds with a full body cam. Like a YouTube story, a TikTok story.
Get down! I'm not on it. Get on the ground. Get on the ground.
Oh! They weren't playing with his ass. I'm kind of curious, low-key, to see what this is. What are they gonna do? Are they dropping somebody? I hope there's not somebody dying or something. Or they're rescuing somebody. Okay.
Get down on the ground.
Oh, different angle.
Taser. Move in.
Go.
10 Bristol, 1 in custody, 17 R2 taser deployment.
Yeah, they had a toy shotgun too, ready to pellet his ass.
No one listens. I don't do this shit.
We're not, dude.
I need your help.
We know that.
I'm here to help you, DJ. No, I'm.
We'll help you in jail. Yeah, so does that run in the families of? Weren't they? I thought with Aaron they were trying to say it's all the brain damage from playing football, the frontal lobe or some crap, right? Did this brother play football? He crazy too, ain't he? Hey. Aaron had TBI. What's TBI? Try to check the DSM-5. TBI acronym or means. Let's see. Traumatic brain injury. Yeah. So yeah, the brain stuff, right? The brain damage. CTE. So yeah, that's CTE. Didn't Will Smith do like a movie or something based on that? I heard it was a really good movie. I never watched it. Chronic traumatic encephalopathy. Chronic traumatic, yeah, something. Encephalopathy. That's a real weird one to say. Let's see. Encephalopathy. Damn, I don't know what's wrong with this keyboard. Can't spell anything on it. Having difficulties today. Amazing. He had the worst case of CTE known. Damn. What was up with his brother? He played football too? Oh. Oh, they both played professional football? Oh, I don't know that. There's some crazy. Oh, this is the one to the clip. I was sucking and cutting. This is what Long Crime posted. Hold on.
Yeah. Did you have sex with his body at all? Any points or any type of sexual contact? You know, obviously the dildo and stuff, but.
I grinded on him, I put the dick in his ass.
You driving on?
Yeah, I listened.
Did you ever put his penis in your vagina? Okay, you just trying on him?
Did you see before that you performed a roll on him?
Yeah.
Okay, and that was after he was dead?
Yeah. And then he got half. He was like half hard while I was still sucking while he was dead. Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
And was that part of playing with him, or?
That is part of playing with him.
That was part of playing with him.
Did you?
Actually, I was just severing his head while I was doing that too.
You were sucking his
Yeah.
So it was only a couple hours before you severed his head? Did you fall asleep at any point in time, or? So how long do you think you were in that basement? Because you didn't leave until like 3 or 4.
Andrew says that DJ played in college at UConn. Okay, that makes this comment, that text message makes sense. Let me get these super chats. Laura Roten. Oh, I got that already. Thank you so much, Laura. Bojo's Football. Thank you for the super chat. Courthouse Cat. Thank you for the 4 months. Amazing. Thank you for resubscribing. Love you, Mel and chat. Thank you. I hope you're doing well. Today should be the last day. We'll see. Happy Daisy. Thank you for the 6-month membership. Says hi there, sweet Mel. Thank you for all you do. Hi. Thank you. Thank you for the membership. 6 months. Also, Rose with Thorns, 7 months. Thank you. She says, thank you so much. Jane A, thank you for the super chat. Says, 2nd grade on a field trip. Boy in my class dialed 911. Cops came, made a fool of him. Oh, his grandma came scolding him in front of everyone. 90s didn't play with nothing. Yeah, I would have got my ass beat. I don't know what kind of privileged shit is this, especially with Carly. Oh, we gonna have a party. Don't worry about it, girl. What? I would have got my ass beat. I remember one time, this was a long time ago in New York. I don't even remember what it was about, but I got upset at my mother, and I said, because I used to get the belt or whatever. So I said, I'm gonna call the cops. She said, all right, here you go. She gave me the phone. I was like, oh fuck. She called my bluff. And I put the phone down.
For this morning, right? But what about during the day? What do you do during the day?
I don't know, like I was kind of like dozing off, nodding out.
He was dead already?
He was dead.
Was his head still on?
No, I took that off. That was the first thing I took off.
Okay.
I wanted the head.
What about the rest of his body?
I didn't even take it. And then the rest of his body, it's like on the fucking I don't even know what it is. It's in a big blue container, It's big.
A container?
It's like a big Tupperware. It's not a Tupperware, but it's a Tupperware container, like a
big storage tank.
Yeah, one of those. And then
So that's where body parts are in? Or I thought they're in a black bag.
they are. They're scattered around.
Okay, so both probably. But when did you start, cutting up his body?
Like almost right away. I was sucking and cutting at the same time.
Okay. Then what about the rest of his body parts? Did that take all day to do?
I was getting pissed off at the dismemberment process, actually.
Did it take a while? It took a while?
Yeah, because I was nodding out. So
Okay, so you're kind of sleeping, kind of nodding in and out. Have you taken any other drugs?
I should have took drugs. I probably would have helped, but I didn't. And I just sat there. Yeah.
Do you remember it being daylight at all?
Yeah, when I looked at the window and I seen the daylight.
And was his body together still then?
His body was not together. It's just like, I had fun with him for that 2 hours and then boom.
But it took a while to cut the rest of the body up? Okay.
All messed up too.
So, I'm just trying to, so I understand the rules. So you said cutting and then you cut a knot off, kind of wake up and start cutting again. Yeah. So it took you a little while to cut the body apart. There were times where when I napped or whatever, you didn't work nonstop to dismember his body, right?
I mean, I probably did. Well, in my sleep, I do things in my sleep.
You do things in your sleep.
But yeah, but like, that's probably it right there.
Did anybody ever come downstairs at all?
Tara came down. She came downstairs and then with the kitty cat, and then she set the kitty cat down. Flipped over the kitty cat, and then the kitty cat was walking around. And I threw the kitty cat, and then
Oh, weirdo stuff. I heard this other story yesterday. Check this shit out. This one's kind of weird. Not weird. Oh, yeah, weird. Crazy weird. But this is a month ago, I think it was posted.
We've now learned the identity of the American tourist killed while on vacation at a popular destination in Germany. The woman is 21-year-old Eva Liu, who just last month graduated from the University of Illinois with both a Bachelor and Master of Computer Science.
Eva Liu.
She was ready to start a job at Microsoft and went to Germany for a graduation trip. Authorities say she and her friend, fellow University of Illinois grad Kelsey Chang, were lured to a lookout point with a spectacular view of Neuschwanstein Castle, a famous 19th century Bavarian palace. It was also featured in the 1968 musical Chitty Chitty Bang Bang. Authorities arrested this 30-year-old American, who they say attempted to sexually assault Eva Liu before pushing both women 165 feet off a cliff. Liu died from injuries suffered in the fall. Her friend survived.
That's what shocked me. The other friend survived 165 feet. I think I heard that the friend landed on a tree, or like a tree that was like laid out or something. Just landed on a tree. Crazy. I want to see. There's a couple of stories. This cliff thing seems to be a thing. Better watch where you walk on these cliffs or these bridges. Here's a recent story too. Another one from June 30th, I believe.
An update for you this evening. A mother and daughter now face capital murder charges in the death of a woman investigators believe was pushed off a cliff.
The DeKalb County Sheriff's Office says Mary Elizabeth Isbell had been missing since late 2021. Her remains were found 2 days ago in Little River Canyon National Park. They were identified today on what would have been her 39th birthday.
Two women are now charged with capital murder in her death. Loretta Carr and Carr's daughter, Jessie Eden Kelly. Carr is currently in the DeKalb County Jail. Kelly is in custody in Pennsylvania, waiting to be taken to Missouri on other felony charges, and will then be brought to DeKalb County. Investigators who have been working this case since the beginning say the developments they've had this week came from a credible tip just last week.
The tip that came in was some of the names I was looking at that time. So that kind of re-sparked an interest in those certain people.
Now, as far as the suspect's connection to the victim, investigators say they are all acquaintances, mainly connected to one person. We'll have more on how Isbell's family is reacting.
Mamma mia! What happened to the chase last night? Well, it ended. But I had connection issues because I never ended the Twitter stream and Twitch stream and the Facebook stream. I left it running all day apparently. So when I tried to multi-stream at the end last night, it caused problems, I think. So that's what happened. But the chase, as soon as I got on anyway, I was gonna come back on, but the chase was over. Like the guy just gave up. The guy was driving nuts. I think it was a stolen vehicle. I thought it was armed. I don't know if he was armed or not, but then he crashed through some other vehicles and they had a lot of cops on him. And out of nowhere, he just stops. He just stopped and puts his hand out. Like, I give up. I was like, oh shit. I thought it was going to be a wild chase. Diane, thank you. Maddie's great. Doing amazing. I'm going to look, supposed to look this week into, well, especially since this trial's over early. Tonight or tomorrow, I'm going to look into possibly a new school closer. I want to go take a little tour. Let's see if I can bring her with me. 828 Carolyn, Morning Mel. I get my life in your chat and you rock. Thank you so much. Yeah. I deleted it because I didn't think it made any sense to keep a video up that was like 1 minute long and I had all these issues. So I just deleted it. It didn't make any sense to keep it up, you know? There's nothing really to see. The connection was messed up. Chris Don says, what's the actual point of making people engage in the pirate rating game if no one ever wins anything? I don't know. I enabled it I think like a couple of months ago, I enabled it. I had no idea what it was. And I figured it was like some type of one of the few, I think that's one of the only games there is for Streamlabs, I think. And I figured I just enabled it. And so people are just pushing the button because people can't help pushing the button. I don't know how to make it to win something. I could do that. I mean, I've even thought about, because Discord has a thing, right? Like there's, like the more you chat on Discord, and I saw this big YouTuber does it. I think Mr. Ball, and I thought whoever has like the highest amount of points on Discord, and you get points on Discord just by engaging and talking. I don't know if there's other ways, but like they do a giveaway. I don't know if it's at the end of the month or how they do it. Let me see, /member. I don't know how you check your points. Points? Or level? Let me see, level. Get link to leaderboard. Okay, let's do that. Go to your leaderboard. Visit site. So there's like points. There's levels on Discord. I don't even know how it works, honestly. I know there's levels on Discord. Or XP. There's XP on Discord. Yeah, Mo, you're the top G. I'm gonna reset your app. No, I'm just kidding. And it tells you your experience and how many messages. We're in 5th place here. Diggs down there. We got other people. Oh Lord. Hoax. Wow, Hoax. I didn't realize you engaged that much. I mean, I guess you've been around for a while, Warwolf. Uh-oh. Seeing some names here. I don't know. That might be a possibility in the future for something, points or some sort of, I don't know what it would be. But that could be fun. Maybe once a month or something. But people, it's like Lost. You ever watch Lost, Danny? When they're just pushing the button in the bunker. And they were told to push the button, but they don't know what the purpose is. They don't know if they say that if you don't push it, the world ends or some shit. So these people just kept pushing the button around the clock every time the button comes. So you're just pushing the button. I've thought of that. There's a lot of little quirky things that I want to fix. I mean, the merch site, I kind of want to fix it. YouTube's a pain in the ass. Google Merchant's a pain in the ass. Try to get I might even have to switch vendors, but I was trying to get it through Shopify and Google Merchant, but they're very, it's like so complicated shit, ridiculously, because YouTube or Google has its own set of rules, and it's just kind of a pain in the ass. I have to email them again. I'm going to try one more time, but if they just keep giving me a hard time, I'm just going to switch, cut out Shopify and use a different company. That's the next step. Lost. That show's addicting, isn't it? John Locke. Let's see what else we got. What else do we got? Oh, Judge is back.
Hey, the jury is present. Is there anything that we need to take up before we bring the jury in?
Briefly, that's okay. Sorry.
Add points for people that don't chat.
So I told counsel it doesn't seem like there's a large issue, but I just wanted to make a record of incidental contact I had with the juror. I was entering the restroom, he was exiting the restroom, and there were reflexive warning comments. I then realized he was a juror. There wasn't any further contact. That was about 8:40 a.m. So I was admittedly a little surprised to see a juror here this early, but I just wanted to make a record of that.
Withdraw.
Your Honor, Mr. Saunders told me about this. I don't believe it's really an issue at all.
These types of things periodically happen, and usually it's incredibly innocuous. So we give the instruction to the jurors not to talk to the attorneys, and the attorneys and the parties not to talk to the jurors. You see somebody, you feel like you're compelled to say hi. In this case, Mr. Saunders seems like wasn't even aware that it was a juror, and was not even expecting to see a juror. Sometimes the jury's sitting there and you don't study their faces so you know what you're dealing with. I'm satisfied given what he's represented that there was no intent in what occurred, and the exchange was innocuous and failures to impact the case. But I appreciate you letting me know, Mr. Saunders. Anything else before bringing the jury?
No, thank you.
Mr. Freilich?
No, Your Honor. Thank you so much.
Very good. And then we will we'll bring the jury.
It's time. They said Carly was getting arrested yesterday. Are you doing Carly arrest today? They think the mama was in. Oh, Lord. Is there any kind of press conference announced yet? Chris, I'll take care of that some other time. I'm not going to go back and forth and worry about the point game in there. I mean, if you want to participate, participate. If you don't want to, don't. It's not a priority right now for me to figure out.
Okay, be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. I hope you had a good evening. This is the second phase of the trial, and I'm going to give you these instructions. The defendant has been found guilty of first-degree intentional homicide, mutilating a corpse, and third-degree sexual assault. We will now proceed with the second phase of this trial. During the second phase, you will be asked to determine whether the defendant is not responsible by reason of mental disease or defect. Before you may find the defendant is not responsible for the criminal conduct, the defendant must satisfy you to a reasonable certainty by the greater weight of the credible evidence that at the time the crime was committed, the defendant had a mental disease or defect, and as a result lacked substantial capacity either to appreciate the wrongfulness of the conduct or to conform that conduct to the requirements of the law. This issue will be presented to you in the form of two questions. First, at the time the crime was committed, did the defendant have a mental disease or defect? Second, as a result of the mental disease or defect, did the defendant lack substantial capacity either to appreciate the wrongfulness of the conduct or to conform that conduct to the requirements of the law? You will be asked to answer the second question only if you answer the first question, yes. If you find the defendant is not responsible for the criminal conduct, the defendant will be committed to the custody of the Department of Health Services and will be placed in an appropriate institution unless the court determines that the defendant would not pose a danger to herself or to others if released under conditions ordered by the court. The only issue at this second phase of the trial is the defendant's mental condition at the time of the offense. The lawyers will now make opening statements.
Oh, they do.
The purpose of an opening statement is to give the lawyers an opportunity to tell you what they expect the evidence will show so that you will better understand the evidence as it is introduced during the trial. I must caution you, however, that the opening statements are not evidence. And ladies and gentlemen, because this phase of the trial, the burden of proof shifts to the defense, the order of questioning and presentation will change, and Mr. Freilich will go first. Mr. Freilich, are you prepared to make your opening statement?
Yes, I am, Your Honor.
Very good. Go ahead.
Wow, they're doing opening again. Okay. I'm curious to see what they're gonna say.
Your Honor, may it please the court, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, good morning. Mr. Lissay, Mr. Saunders, prosecutors for the state of Wisconsin. You're going to hear some testimony in this case from the defense expert, Dr. Diane Litton. She's from the Menasha area. She's a PhD. She's a forensic psychologist. You're going to hear testimony from the state doctors as well, Dr. Matthew Seipel and Dr. Christina Engin. The burden does shift to the defense in this particular case. We're in phase 2 now, and the burden shifts to the defense, to me, to ask you to consider whether the defendant, Taylor Denise Schuabusiness, is responsible or is not responsible by reason of mental disease or defect. And Wisconsin law, under Wisconsin statutes 971.15, does require the defense to satisfy you jurors to a reasonable certainty by the greater weight of the credible evidence that at the time the crimes were committed, which was February 22nd of 2022, that Taylor Schuabusiness had a mental disease or had a mental defect, and that as a result, she lacked the substantial capacity either to appreciate the wrongfulness of her conduct or to conform her conduct to the requirements of the law. So that's packed with a lot of information.
He's talking into the mic this time.
You're going to have to consider. I did tell you yesterday that you're kind of like analysts. You're going to have to listen to the testimony, listen to the facts, assess the credibility of the witnesses, assess the information that you're receiving, and then you'll have to make some decisions and considerations on these important legal issues. The defense did retain Dr. Diane Litton. She interviewed Taylor Schuabusiness. We believe that the evidence will show that she did a thorough evaluation of Ms. Schuabusiness's mental status, that you will hear about Dr. Litton's extensive experience in the field of psychology. When you have experts, you kind of heard from other experts, and they have a resume or a CV. In the field, we say CV, curriculum vitae. It's a list of their experience in training and education. And you're going to hear that Dr. Litton has been a psychologist since 1993, that she has extensive experience, that she has approximately 3,000 hours of postdoctoral training, that she conducted hundreds of forensic evaluations and GI competency evaluations, things of that sort. You will hear testimony that she worked at Mendota Mental Health Institution here in Wisconsin, that she looked at many different evaluations performed on Taylor Schuabusiness, including from Dr. Tracy Lucetta, Dr. Matthew Seipel, Dr. Christina Engin, Dr. Deborah Collins. And you will hear that Dr. Litton, we believe she'll testify that she looked at a whole myriad of records, including jail records, mental health records, a court order, an order for civil commitment, mental health order, an order to take psychotropic medications, basically a medication order. She will, I believe, testify that she reviewed Nicolay Psychiatric Center mental health records from Brown County. She will talk and testify about her contacts with Ms. Schuabusiness on the different occasions that she met with her. One being a situation where a chair was thrown by my client at her before I got involved in the case. She will testify that she did have another interview with her at the jail, and she asked me to sit in. So you're going to hear about all of her findings, her observations, and her opinions in this particular case. We believe that she has extensive experience. She's been in this field for a very long time, and that you need to pay close attention to what she says and give her opinions strong consideration. Give it due weight. And we believe that her testimony will be that she's of the opinion that Taylor Schuabusiness does qualify for the NGI plea based on her diagnosis of a serious mental disorder. And that she has some other opinions, and she'll tell you about those when she testifies. You will hear, I believe, testimony from my client's father, Arturo Coronado. And I believe that he will come here. He's been summoned by the defense by subpoena to answer some questions about his daughter growing up, how she was, what kind of issues and problems did she have, what kind of mental health issues, and what he did to try and help her get treatment.
Her dad?
You will hear from Dr. Litton about my client's mother, that she lost her mother at a young age, and that was a pivotal event in her life. Dr. Litton will also provide some testimony about the fact that she believes there may have been a budding personality disorder, and that she saw a really disturbed teen when she assessed all of the school records. She looked at all the school records and did a table or a chart. She looked at the mental health history. She did a one-page chart on that. You know, the burden of proof in this case does rest with the defense on the NGI issue. I think that the testimony from all of these different professionals, these different doctors, these psychologists who talk about behavior and things of that sort, you can hear their testimony about all of the different problems, all of the different mental health issues, all of the different behavioral issues that Taylor Schuabusiness had growing up as a kid, as a youth. She had a lot of obstacles that she had to face growing up. We believe Dr. Litton will also provide some testimony about my client's prior treatment with antipsychotic medications. She will testify about my client going off these antipsychotic medications sometime after her inpatient treatment in 2021. And Dr. Litton will set up and provide the background history and information on Taylor Schuabusiness's life and upbringing. So the defense does have the burden of proof on this issue of whether our client is responsible for these crimes. But we believe that the testimony and the evidence will show that at the time of the offense that she did have a mental disease or defect. We believe that the information and the testimony will show and hopefully lead to you to conclude that she lacked the substantial capacity to appreciate the wrongfulness of her conduct or to conform her conduct to the requirements of the law. And what I ask is that you just sit back, carefully listen to what these experts have to say, and then render a fair and just result. Thank you.
Mr. Saunders, are you prepared to make an opening statement? I am. Go ahead.
Good morning. So, when I said in opening on Monday that this case is about choices and responsibility, this is what we're referring to, right? The responsibility phase is what we're here for now. Essentially, you're being asked, what was the defendant's mental state at the time of the offenses for which she's convicted, and whether she should be responsible for that. Let's address the obvious. What Ms. Schabusiness did to Shad is disturbing. It's conduct we don't see often. It's conduct that you may hear about and think, my gosh, that person must not have been in their right mind when that happened. I'm not going to sit here and try to convince you otherwise. But you've already carefully listened to the evidence and followed the law that the judge gave you. And you'll do so going forward as well. Because you will be told what a mental disease or defect is and what it is not. A mental disease is not antisocial conduct. It's not conduct brought about by use of a controlled substance, a temporary mental state caused by a controlled substance. A person is not mentally ill just because they commit something that's unnatural, that's so enormous, that just is beyond comprehension, right? You'll be instructed that those are not mental diseases or defects. So as disturbing as the conduct you already heard about is, and may be, that's not where the analysis ends. You'll hear from several experts. Defense already went over Dr. Litton and her qualifications, and how she supports Ms. Schuabusiness's NGI plea. But you'll also hear some issues with Dr. Litton's methodology, her analysis, and ultimately her conclusions. The state will call several psychologists of its own, both of whom were actually court appointed, not by either party, by the court, when they did their analysis and meetings with Ms. Schuabusiness. Dr. Matthew Seipel will talk about some of the issues that he had with Dr. Litton's methodology and her conclusions. He'll testify about those. You'll also hear from the court-appointed expert, Dr. Christina Engen. Again, came here on a court order, not retained by either side. And she'll tell you that she does not believe Ms. Schuabusiness is suffering from a mental disease or defect, or that she was unable or lacked substantial capacity to conform her conduct to the requirements of law or appreciate the wrongfulness of her conduct. Okay? So you'll hear from a variety of witnesses, some of whom are experts, some of whom are lay witnesses or civilians.
Oh shit!
You'll hear about, and you've already heard about, confounding all of this is the defendant's drug use immediately before the offense. We've all heard about that. Defendants admitting that and acknowledging that. You'll hear about how methamphetamine has those effects, has effects of psychosis, that has that result in people. And again, it's not a mental disease or defect if you're using controlled substances and it causes that result. So you'll hear from these experts and witnesses, but ultimately, in our state, whether somebody is suffering from a mental disease or defect is a jury determination. It's up to you, based on the facts and opinions that you hear. Certainly the opinions of the experts will be valuable for you, but you've already heard all the evidence. You know more about this case than any of these experts likely do. You heard testimony about Ms. Schuabusiness's mental state both before and after, in close proximity to the offenses that she's convicted of. You've heard her friends, her roommate, officers who had contact with her, Mr. Hendricks, Ms. Pakinich, describe their interactions in close proximity to this offense and reported nothing out of the ordinary, some of whom are her friends who've known her for quite a while. Mr. Gannon, Mr. Tomes, you've already heard about their observations of the defendant. But more importantly, you saw the defendant's own words. Hours after all of these offenses occurred, really close proximity, you saw her be able to recall, be able to talk about it, and more importantly, you saw her mannerisms, how she was talking about it. Did not appear anyone was suffering under some manic episode. She's calmly talking about it with officers, providing information that is consistent with everything they're seeing. What does that indicate? She's aware of what's going on. She remembers everything. This isn't somebody who is not appreciating what happened. So that's why we call all these experts, but ultimately, at the end of the day, it's a jury determination. It's a factual issue for you. And the state believes that when you hear all that evidence and consider the evidence you heard in the first phase, that you'll find the defendant has failed to meet her burden, that she should be held responsible for the conduct that she's convicted of and what she did to Shad. Thank you.
Okay. So they got multiple witnesses, I guess. Is her father going to testify? Oh, did I hear that wrong? Are they going to talk about her father?
I need to confer with Lieutenant. My witness is on his way up, Your Honor.
Okay.
Thank you.
Oh. Yeah, no, that guy was a weirdo. People like that he kept complaining about the game, which I guess some people don't like or whatever. You can block it if you want, but he kept trying to tell me how to do whatever to do. And then I said okay, like I left it alone at that. But then he keeps tagging me, and he said like the game is distracting, people are engaged with the content, which is exactly what he's doing the entire time, complaining about the same shit.
Right there, they want their notepads back.
And then he said he's been a long time subscriber. We never seen you before until like a day ago or some shit. Fuck out of here. Constantly bitching and complaining. And then people like that, they try to take over the live chat and the stream and the mood. Fuck out of here. Go be by yourself. Try to fuck up the mood and stuff. Completely distracting. We're trying to watch this opening statement and see what's going on with these people. It's your business. Bitching, man. Not even my girlfriend or my ex. Fuck out of here. Anyway. So yeah, this seems like this is gonna be interesting. I don't know what's gonna happen. As far as I guess they're waiting on a witness. I guess the doctor maybe is gonna come first. And then I thought I heard maybe the dad or something coming. I don't know. Oh, he's gone. He's blocked. I'm sure he's gonna make another account because people like that, weirdos like that, they'll make another account. So we'll be looking for you when you come back. The lawyer subpoenaed the father? Oh shoot. Okay. Well, I don't have a girlfriend now, but I'm not right now currently. I'm trying to stay single, but it's looking harder and harder. I'm trying. I want to be focused on YouTube. Her dad's testifying today. Oh shit. No, I'm not streaming this on Discord. That could be a thing in the future, but no. Yo, if the blue shirt guy was her father, I don't know what I would do. I'd drop to the floor, man. If it's the blue shirt, Oak's head getting tired. If it's the blue shirt guy, I'm done. I'm done. I'm so done. I get the game thing. Some people don't like it. Some people do. I mean, we'll visit that in the future, but it's not like a priority. Or if I'm going to start keeping track of every time somebody wins a battle in the chat, I'm supposed to like take notes and shit. That's ridiculous. Get out of here. I think I'm kind of hungry. I might need something to eat.
Mr. Freilich, this is
Arturo Coronado.
okay. Sir, if you could stay standing and turn and face her, and as best you can, raise your right hand.
Wait.
solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in the matter now before the court, so help you God.
I do.
Please have a seat and state your name for the record.
This the father?
Arturo Coronado.
Okay, Mr. Freilich, the witness is yours.
Thank you. Mr. Coronado, good morning.
Not blue shirt guy. No.
Sir, how old are you?
51.
What is your date of birth?
5/24/72.
Are you currently married, sir?
I am not.
You are living in Green Bay, correct?
Yeah, you know that, Chris.
Okay. And your daughter is Taylor Denise Schuabusiness, is that fair?
She is.
Who is her mother?
Marla.
Okay. And you were married to Marla for a while, sir?
Of course.
How many years was it?
We were married about 10, together about 15, 16.
Did you live together in Wisconsin or some other
Illinois.
state? Illinois.
Illinois and Wisconsin.
Okay. And where was your daughter Taylor Schuabusiness born?
In Evanston, Illinois.
Does Taylor have a sister or brother?
She has a brother that passed away last year.
Okay. What was his name?
AJ, Arturo Drep.
Okay.
JREP.
And why did he pass away? What happened?
July 1st last year. Motorcycle accident.
All right, let me fix the volume for you guys.
When you were living in Illinois with your daughter Taylor Schuabusiness, was she ever brought to a hospital at all?
No.
Okay. Did she ever receive any mental health treatment when you lived in Illinois?
No.
Okay. Did something happen to Taylor's mother at some point?
She passed away.
Okay.
She passed away May 20th, 2009. In her sleep.
Okay. Did that take a toll on your daughter Taylor?
Well, of course.
Okay. Can you tell me a little bit, sir?
On my son as well and me.
Okay. Right. It took a toll on everybody, correct?
Yeah.
And when her mother passed away in May of 2009, how old was Taylor?
11, probably 11 and a half.
Okay.
My son and daughter were, about 9 and a half, 11 and a half years old.
Okay. Did Taylor go to school that day that her mother passed away?
I tried to get them to go to school, but they knew something was going on.
Okay.
They came back.
Can you describe a little bit how the death of Taylor's mother took a toll on her or impacted her? Can you give me a little bit of commentary on that?
Well, they were pretty young. I mean, obviously, their mom's not around anymore, and Marla was ill, so just I guess they kind of knew what was going on, but it was unexpected. We watched the movie the night before and fell asleep, and I woke up and my wife was already cold, already passed.
You found her?
She's laying next to me.
Okay. And what about the kids? What about Taylor? Did she see her mom in that state?
They did not see. No, I did not allow that.
Okay. But were the kids in the house?
They were upstairs in their bedrooms.
Okay. After that occurred, did you see any changes in Taylor's behavior, first of all?
She's a little rambunctious. Nothing. I mean, she played volleyball. She had a good amount of friends she hung out with. She was a normal kid.
Okay. Did things change at all for her?
I wouldn't say too much. She got in trouble a little bit at school, but I don't know, something with a band instrument.
What happened with that?
Oh, she just took somebody's band instrument and then returned it, but nothing major.
Okay. When did you come to Green Bay? What year? Do you know?
2000. I started working here in 2007.
2007. Where did you work at?
I worked for Verizon.
Okay.
Ooh, I got Verizon now. I just switched.
It was GTE, then turned into Verizon.
Okay.
18 years.
Right. And when you came to Green Bay, did Taylor go to school here then?
Of course.
Of course. Where did she go to school?
She went through the Howard Swamico School District.
And did she go to Bayport High School as well?
Yes, sir.
Did you get information that she was having issues at school?
Well, yeah.
What can you tell me?
From what I can recall, just normal. Just kind of acting out, I guess. Just there's a couple of little instances that happened in high school, but it's kind of why I yanked her out of there and sent her to Texas so she could graduate and kind of get away from the issues that were going on here.
She went to Texas to live with her grandparents?
Correct.
When was that, do you know?
2017, 17, I believe. I'm not sure.
Okay. How old was she in 2017? Do you know?
She was 16 and a half, probably 17.
16, 17. How long did she live with her grandparents then in Texas?
About a year, a little over a year until she graduated. Maybe 2 years. About a year, maybe a year and a half.
Was that Cotulla, Texas?
That's correct.
Was there a point where she got pregnant?
Well, about a year and a half ago, maybe.
Okay. And she had a baby, correct?
Yes, she did.
And the baby is currently living in Texas with the grandparents, correct?
Yeah. How is that relevant to anything here? Why do we need to talk about him?
Ooh.
Let me ask you this.
Ooh.
Let me ask you this.
Hostile witness.
So, before the baby was born, was she placed at Nicolay Psychiatric Center?
Before the baby was born?
Yeah.
Possibly.
Okay. Did you see her at the Nicolay Psychiatric Center?
Oh, yeah. I'm sorry. It's just so much going on.
It's through Brown County.
Yeah, I went to take her there myself, actually.
Okay. Why did you take her there?
She just wasn't in the right state of mind.
Was she suicidal?
Probably.
Was she psychotic?
Objection. I don't think this witness has the ability to answer that question.
Rephrase the question.
Okay. All right. Was she experiencing like hallucinations?
She was not in the right state of mind at all. So I feared that she would hurt herself. So that's why I took her. We both agreed. We both went there together.
Okay.
And tried to get help, and then ended up releasing her, and she came home, and that was about it.
Okay. Was she prescribed some medications and things like that?
She was at that evening, no, but yeah, she has been on some medications that she never liked taking those pills. I mean, they kind of messed her up even worse.
Did they cause her to hallucinate or cause her to have
I think
problems?
It all started with a Seroquel that was taken, back, I don't understand too much about those prescription drugs, but they never agreed with her at all.
Okay. And do you know the other medications that she was asked to take?
ADHD, Adderall, I believe.
Anything about Haldol?
I don't know.
Okay.
But I know she was prescribed some stuff, but I don't know the names.
Okay. Did you talk to some of the doctors or psychiatrists at the Nicolay Psychiatric Facility?
Judge, I'm going to object. I think this witness can offer his observations and the facts that he's aware of from what he observed of Ms. Schabusiness with respect to what he learned from doctors about her mental health conditions. We have professionals who are going to answer questions based on the records. Those people are better equipped to answer those questions. The information he received from doctors is hearsay.
It's not hearsay. I didn't ask what they said. I just asked if you talked to the doctors, Your Honor.
Sure. So the question that's pending isn't asking for hearsay. I think the objection was made because it sounds like that's where we're headed. So he can answer the question that was just asked, and then I'll just indicate, Mr. Freilich, that objection is probably coming if you go to the next step. But the question that's pending can be answered. So I think the question was, did you talk to anybody at Nicolay?
I did.
Okay. Ask another question, Mr.
Okay.
Freilich.
Did Taylor live with you in Green Bay for a while?
For a little bit, yeah.
Was that in 2021 or what year was it?
I believe so, yeah. But again, speaking to them and her being an adult, they really, even being a father, weren't allowed to disclose anything.
Right. Sure. When she lived with you, sir, what address did she live with you at?
1130 Maureen Way.
And how long did she live with you?
Just a few months.
Did it ever come to a point where you didn't want her to stay there anymore because her behaviors were getting worse or her mental status was getting worse?
No. I love my daughter, so I'll do whatever it takes to help her out.
Okay. Did you ever review any of her records at all?
Objection. I don't think he can testify to the content of. Again, I think it's the same objection. He can answer whether he reviewed them. He can't answer anything about the content of the records.
Your Honor, the state, what they're trying to do is they're trying to anticipate an objection. They know this one is not an objectionable one, in my opinion. And any good parent, when you go to the doctor, you're going to talk with the physician or the psychologist or whoever it is about the status of your child. So I'm just asking that.
It's not like I didn't try. I tried talking to her.
Wait. So I'm going to overrule you.
What she said? The devil shit? Oh, the gang sign?
Can be asked. Mr. Freilich, why don't you ask it again so the witness has it in his mind?
Okay, Your Honor. I kind of forgot, so hopefully
Did you review some of the records of your daughter? Did you review any of the records?
Like at the facility?
Yes.
Again, she was an adult at the time, and I can't,
The
she
answer
was
no,
she was,
Mr. Freilich.
Okay. When she was living at your house, sir, on Moraine Way, was she ever experiencing any hallucinations or anything like that?
Yeah.
Can you tell me about that?
Just know that she wasn't in the right frame of mind. She's gonna kind of see things. She'd like to walk around, and we take a walk, cemetery, just right down the street. But she just needed, just to kind of get out and walk around, and I guess ease her mind.
Did you have concerns about her from a physical or mental standpoint?
Always.
Okay.
Always.
All right. Thank you. Nothing further. I appreciate that.
Do you have any cross-examination?
Just briefly, Mr. Coronado, were you aware of whether or not your daughter was employed during the time that she was residing with you on Moraine Way?
She was not at the time. No.
Do you know anything about her employment history as an adult?
Sure.
And had she held jobs in the past?
Oh yeah.
Do you know where she worked?
She worked for Schabusiness. She worked a couple of years, Schabusiness, 3.5 years probably.
And is that relatively recently? Prior to her arrest, of course.
Yeah, right. Prior to.
And
she was doing really well there too until her boyfriend/husband got out of jail. That turned everything upside down.
Okay. In part because of the methamphetamine use, right?
Yep.
So Taylor was doing pretty well, and then she started using the drugs.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh. Uh-oh.
No further questions.
Pretty bad drug too.
Anything on that, Mr. Freilich?
What was the drug?
I love your dad.
Meth, heroin, whatever else. I don't know.
Marijuana?
I don't know. The kid was already doing that shit before, and just a fucking loser, and he got my daughter involved in that shit.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Nothing else.
Anything on that? Okay, thank you. You can step down.
So I don't know who these charges are against, who he assaulted, what child he assaulted. I'll show you the screenshot.
Next witness, Mr. Freilich.
I call Dr. Diane Litton, PhD, Your Honor.
Arturo Coronado. Sentence beginning 7/18/2023. Sentence 7/18/2023. Sentence details not yet available. Second degree sexual assault child. So I don't know. Oh, that family wackadoodle whack. Arturo. You seem happy, smiling, making gestures. You know what I'm saying? Who got Dr. Lewis now? Lord almighty. Any good parent would want to check on their child's medical whatever. Like, good parent. What? She's smiling, grinning, crazy. I still don't know if it's forced. Can she control her facial features, or are they involuntary? And she's looking directly at the camera. Look at that shit. You know what she doing? Does she know what she's doing? She's like eyeing the camera, looking at, because you know it's a very direct thing to look at the camera. Like you're looking at the lens. You know everybody's watching. Because this camera's elevated for me to look at you guys after, like, I hate having to look away from the monitor. Oh shit. Oh shit, she acting out? She gonna start acting? It's time. This is the time now to perform.
Right up over here. right up over here.
We got somebody else. Seems something wrong with her. I don't know. Oh, is that her trying to cry or something? She can't cry though. Trying to express something. Oh, you're blocking the view, man. Yeah, she seems something's like upsetting her or something. Or is this her happy? This is what her happy looks like?
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in the matter, now before the court, so help you God?
Yes.
Please have a seat and state your name for the record.
Diane Litton.
Okay, Mr. Freilich, then the witness is yours.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Morning.
State your name for the record again.
Diane Litton.
Can you spell that?
Lytton.
And what is your occupation?
I'm an independent forensic psychologist.
Where is your office?
In Oshkosh, Wisconsin.
And are you a PhD?
I am.
Does that make you a licensed psychologist?
Well, I earned the PhD first and then became a licensed psychologist.
Okay. Could you briefly provide me with your educational background?
Sure. I have a bachelor's degree, a master's degree, and a PhD doctoral degree. All three are in the field of psychology.
How long have you been a licensed psychologist?
June 1993.
And did you work for UW-Madison?
I was during my PhD program at UW-Madison, during the graduate program, I was what's called a research assistant for the professors, for my professor. So that was my work when I was getting my PhD.
Okay. Initially, when you got your PhD, where did you work?
I worked for the University of Wisconsin, initially in an internship, administrative internship through University of Wisconsin system. I did that for a year, and then I became a research scientist at UW-Madison.
Oh, nice.
Did you work at Mendota Mental Health Institute?
I did.
Could you tell me a little bit about that?
After taking off about 5 years for family matters, I then retrained to become a clinical licensed psychologist. And that took me 3,000 hours at Mendota Mental Health Institute in Madison. And then they hired me as a staff psychologist. And I was at Mendota for about 7 years, 1991 until 1997, when I became independent forensic psychologist. And I was a therapist too for some years too.
Okay. As a psychologist, do you conduct NGI evaluations, competency evaluations, psychological evaluations?
Yes.
What kind of patients did you treat as a forensic psychologist?
A variety. The ones inpatient at Mendota Mental Health Institute in Madison, we used to have what called the adult and teenage and child, not forensic units, but child units. For a while I was on a juvenile adolescent unit, and then I worked for a couple years on what's called the civil unit, adults. They're no longer at Mendota now. But then the last part of that 7 years, I was in the forensic units, people who were committed under the insanity, NGI. And then also, so most of the patients I dealt with had been found not guilty by reason of mental disease or defect. And the other patients were there for competency to proceed to trial evaluation. So I had both.
Did you also deal with guardianships?
Peripherally when I worked at Mendota, but since being privately employed, I do numerous guardianship evaluations for Outagamie County.
Okay. Had you also been involved in doing sex offender evaluations as well?
Yes.
Now, you have a curriculum vitae, correct?
Yeah, very small one, yeah, resume.
And you did provide that to me, is that fair?
Yes.
Council, just to clarify, we're starting over with numbers. This is Exhibit 1.
Okay.
Thank you, Judge.
This is the second. This is the trial part 2. The second phase of the trial.
Permission to approach? You may.
See if she's insane.
I'll show you what's about there.
Yes.
Can you tell me what that is?
That's my brief resume.
And does your resume or curriculum vitae contain information about your educational background?
Yes.
Does it contain information about other patients or cases you've worked on?
Well, it summarizes my jobs over since 1975. So, yeah.
Okay.
And the type of cases that I do for the last 32 years.
Okay. And your license is still in effect, correct?
Yes.
Is everything in that curriculum vitae Exhibit 1 true and accurate as of today?
Well, except I wasn't able to do the online renewal of my American Psychological Association membership. I found that out this year, so I had to call them up and do that. So that's the only thing. As far as I know, that's the only thing that's not accurate.
But you're licensed in the state of Wisconsin?
Correct.
Offer Exhibit 1.
Any objection?
No.
One will be received.
Thank you. Now, were you provided with some brief background information about this case?
Yes.
And were you provided information from prior counsel and from me?
Yes.
What kinds of information did you review in this case?
It was voluminous, and I asked for more information too. The records, though, discovery included the criminal complaints for the offense, prior offenses from 2020. That's the police records and the formal criminal complaint. And then inpatient, a 21-day inpatient psychiatric hospitalization at Nicolay.
Can I stop you right there? Did you receive those documents?
Yes.
Did you receive the order for civil commitment?
Yes.
Did you receive an order for psychotropic medications for Taylor Schuabusiness?
Yes.
And you looked at those legal documents?
Yes.
What year was that? Do you know?
Which year?
When those orders were entered, the civil commitment order?
2021, I believe, for 6-month order for civil commitment and the order to treat.
This one of her doctors, I guess. Doctor. Under the dad was charged with SA. I'm gonna pull up some details whenever they pull a break. Some more details. Dig sent me some more.
I apologize for interrupting you.
Y'all sent some. And
Your Honor, can I approach?
You may.
Let's see what's going on in Discord. Oh, I gotta check this out. Thank you, Camila. I'm gonna check it out when we get a break.
2 is a state of Wisconsin, Brown County order of commitment.
Is that for Taylor Schuabusiness?
Yes.
And Exhibit 3?
That is a state of Wisconsin, Brown County order for involuntary medication and treatment.
Is that for Taylor Schuabusiness?
Yes.
Is that from 2021?
Yes.
Do those documents indicate that she was mentally ill at that time?
Yes.
And that she was court ordered to take some medications?
Exactly.
Are those documents that you reviewed as part of your evaluation in this case?
Yes.
Offer exhibits 2 and 3.
Any objection?
No.
2 and 3 will be received.
So, Dr. Litton, you can carry on. What other documents or things did you look at as part of your evaluation?
I reviewed the other evaluators in this case, their reports, and then the 2 inpatient psychiatric hospitalizations from Bellin here in Green Bay. I reviewed voluminous school records, which I don't often get in these cases, but the school records for Ms. Schabusiness covered kindergarten through 11th grade and all the behavior incidences. So I think that's about it. And then the Prevea, we've asked for those records, but they haven't been received yet.
Did you review Nicolay Psychiatric Center records from through Brown County?
Yes.
Did you review the report from Dr. Christina Engine?
Yes.
Dr. Tracy Lucetta?
Yes.
Dr. Matthew T. Seipel?
Yes.
Dr. Deborah Collins?
Yes.
Those are all psychologists, correct?
Yes, they are.
Did you also review the criminal complaints and police reports and other case materials?
Yes.
Were you able to, well, before I get into that, did you prepare 2 tables, so
I
to
did.
speak? Okay.
Yes.
Can you tell me what the tables are?
The simpler table, 1 page, is Ms. Schabusiness's mental health history with just the names of the records, the date of the treatment, if it was known, her age at the time, and then the diagnosis, medications, and the conditions. So that was the 1 page. And then the other one was prepared by her school, and it reflects 6th grade through 11th grade, but this is just the table that the school had prepared. I had also, though, reviewed her kindergarten through 5th grade. So this table is 6th grade through 11th, but I also reviewed kindergarten through 5th grade, too.
Okay. And you brought these tables here and provided them to me, correct?
Yes.
And they've been provided to the state?
I guess. I don't know. Were they provided to the state?
Yes, they were.
Okay, yes, yes.
Your Honor?
Yeah, you told me that.
Thank you. Can I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Thank you.
All right, let's get to the nitty gritty.
Exhibit 5 is being presented. Could you comment on Exhibit 4 first, please?
Exhibit 4 is a 1-page table, Taylor Schabusiness mental health history, with the record the information came from, the date, if it's known, of inpatient or jail records, her approximate ages, and then the conditions during that either psychiatric treatment or in jail, the conditions, if they did make any diagnosis of her, and then medications, if there were medications prescribed. So that's what Exhibit 4 is.
Could you take me through that in a little bit more detail as to the treatments she received and the medications?
Yes. From the age of about 7 through 14, she was treated, and again, I can't remember how the Prevea, here in Green Bay or this area, probably outpatient, so ages about 7 to 14, and we know the 14 is definite. She was seen for, and she was under psychiatric care and I believe therapy, I think.
So
counseling,
weird.
for attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, depression, and she was begun on Zoloft, an antidepressant, 2 to 3 weeks when she was 14 before the admission to Bellin. So that's on the next line. Bellin Health Psychiatric Center Adolescent Unit. She was there for 3 days, 2012, age 14. From the medical records, the conditions that they saw, the psychiatrists, the mental health people at Bellin, a thought disturbance, hallucinations, delusions, suicidal, depression. She was initially diagnosed with bipolar 1, depression, severe, with psychosis. She was put on an antipsychotic medication, Seroquel, and they discontinued the Zoloft that she had been taking 2 to 3 days, or 2 to 3 weeks before the admission. And the reason they discontinued the antidepressant medication is sometimes it can trigger worse symptoms in a person with bipolar. When she was discharged after the 3 days, no longer suicidal, she was then diagnosed with a mood disorder, not otherwise specified, without psychosis, but still, the psychiatrist noted there was still some paranoia. You want me to just continue?
Sure.
Okay. The next admission, psychiatric, was to the same facility, Bellin Health Psychiatric Center Adolescent Unit, inpatient. That was for 3 days, 2 years later, in 2014. She was diagnosed with a mood disorder with prior history of psychosis. She had a history of diagnosis of mood disorder, suicidal, attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, history of hypomania, and marijuana use daily. She was prescribed medications to treat some medications, Lithobid. They're to manage bipolar disorder. She was prescribed Abilify, which is an antipsychotic medication, and they stopped the Seroquel that she had been on since the age of 14. The next is St. Mary's emergency room. She was there for just a brief visit, the ER, March 22nd, 2021. She was 23 years old. She was observed to have hallucinations, paranoia, delusions, and she was using, or she had a history, but I think she was using at that time, marijuana, methamphetamine. Okay, so that was 1 day at the ER. Then, and I believe, if I have this right, I believe she was in jail for 2020 offenses, and I believe she went to the emergency room in 2021 from the jail because of the psychosis. Okay, then we have the Nicolay Psychiatric Center inpatient from March 22nd, 2021 until April 12th, 2021. At that time, she had a 6-month civil commitment with an order to treat, which was what those exhibits 2 and 4 were, I think. Okay, this was 2021 for 21 days. The records indicate bipolar disorder, substance use, hallucinations, delusional, paranoia. She was initially on Abilify that she had been prescribed since age 16. And again, she was 23 during the 21 day at 23 years old during the 21 days at Nicolay. So they kept her on, I believe they kept her on Abilify, an antipsychotic medication, but then put her on an injected to make it easier. So you get the injections of an antipsychotic, Aristada, I think, Aristada, I can't pronounce it, Aristada. They put her on that, so hoping that she'd be more compliant, easier. You go to the psychiatrist, get a shot. I don't remember if it's once a week. Some of them last a month, so I'm not sure about that one. And I think I said she was diagnosed with bipolar disorder, substance use, had hallucinations, delusional, paranoia. The last records were the jail, Brown County Jail mental health records. That was from a stay 3 months in 2020, June to September 2020. She was 22 years old, and that regarded 2020 offenses, criminal. She was noted to be suicidal, bizarre behaviors, hallucinations, and had used methamphetamine and heroin. Then, from the ages of 24 to 25, currently, records from the jail were from January 4th, 2022 to July 9th, 2023. She had, and I'm getting these from their mental health records, psychiatrists, mental health people at the jail. They noted she had suicidal ideation, bizarre, self-injurious behaviors, many conduct reports. She was nonverbal and isolative in her cell at times. She smeared and drew on her cell walls with feces and menstrual blood.
Oh!
She was naked at times. She had hallucinations, intense anger at times. She was prescribed Risperdal, an antipsychotic medication for, quote, psychosis and impulse control. But she was usually non-compliant. Then as far as I know, the antipsychotic olanzapine is currently her medication prescribed at the jail, but she has typically been non-compliant with taking it. And that's it for that exhibit.
Did you generate a report in this particular case?
Yes.
might have a better chance than Tisha. What do you think as far as going for crazy? I don't know. I don't know, man. Do they have pictures of this markings on the wall? Just kidding. Lord Almighty. Ain't no SEALs want to deal with that.
Some of them have already been admitted. I'm assuming the only one that hasn't been admitted is 4. Any objection?
No.
4 will be received.
Thank you, R. Dr. Litton, you prepared a written report, correct?
Yes.
And was that dated July 3rd of 2023?
Yes.
Was it 15 pages?
About that, yes.
Did you sign it?
Yes. Oh, 9 pages.
You did review her medical and mental health history, correct?
Yes.
Her background, correct?
Yes.
Her family and social background, is that fair?
Yes.
Alcohol, drug abuse, and education?
Yes.
Sexual, physical abuse history, fair?
Yeah. Yes.
Jobs,
Yes.
charges?
Yes.
Tell me about the first interview that you did with her.
That took place February 7th, 2 attempted interviews, February 7th, 2023, at the jail in a conference room. She remained nonverbal the entire time when I attempted to interview her, and she suddenly ran to the corner of the room, picked up a plastic chair and threw it at me. I called the guards. Took them a couple minutes to get there. She sat down, I sat down, tried to calmly ask her why she threw the chair. She, again, was nonverbal. The guards came. I explained the situation. They initially said, yes, I should terminate the interview, but offered the possibility of taking Ms. Schabusiness to a secure booth to see if she'd interview. She nodded that she would be willing to go there and talk to me. We got there, and she again was nonverbal. That was the first 2 attempted interviews, February 7th, 2023.
So you had 2 interviews with her on that day?
2 on that day.
The one interview, was that in a room with just you and her and a table?
Yeah, yes.
And in that interview room, they have a stack of chairs there?
1 chair in the corner.
Okay. And then later you went to a more secure area where there was glass. Did you talk to her there?
I tried to, and she again was nonverbal.
That was before I got involved. Is that fair?
Exactly.
Then did you have the occasion to meet with her on a different date?
I did, when the last attorney, the original attorney on the case, after she threw the chair at me, was nonverbal on February 7th, 2023. Her defense attorney went, like the next day, went to discuss things about, why did you throw the chair? She didn't have an explanation. But she agreed, and she was verbal to the defense attorney. She told him, yes, she would then interview with me. He said, I'll come back tomorrow to double check. He returned, I guess, the next day. She again said she was verbal with him and agreed that she'd interview with me. So I returned on February 13th, 2023, and she refused to even come to the interview room. So those were the first 3 attempted interviews.
Was there an occasion where you had another interview with her?
I did, yes.
When was that?
On June 19th, 2023.
And was that at the Brown County Jail?
Yes.
In the interview room?
In the conference room, yes.
Okay. And what is the conference room? Can you describe the layout there?
Not a huge room, but there's a table, a bigger table in the middle, and plastic chairs, thank goodness, plastic chairs. And then there was that the people sit on, and then, one plastic chair in the corner, not a huge conference room.
From the incident on February 7th where the chair was thrown at you, did you have some safety concerns, precautions?
With her or me? Or,
yes.
She was handcuffed to a waist belt.
But I mean, did you have concerns from the incident on February 7th where the chair was thrown at you?
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Okay.
First time in 32 years, a chair's, anybody I've interviewed ever did that.
Okay. So on June 19th of 2023, you had another interview with her?
Yes.
Did you make any requests at all?
Well, for you to be there, but, you had already met with her several times. She had not been aggressive with you. Ideally, I wanted to meet with her in that conference room as opposed to behind plexiglass in a little tiny booth. So yeah, the June 19th, 2023 interview where she did talk was in that conference room.
And you asked me to sit in?
Yes, I did.
Did I interfere in any way?
No.
And so tell me a little bit about that interview on June 19th of 2023.
I was only with her for 2 hours. She had a great deal of trouble, difficulty with paying attention and concentrating. My impression of her at that 2-hour interview was she was psychotic. She had visual, auditory, hearing, visual hallucinations, auditory hallucinations. She was delusional. She was paranoid. She answered some of my questions. My impression of her was that she was really trying to answer questions, and she was verbal. This time she spoke with me. She was verbal, but my impression was that she was really trying to answer my questions. But her thinking was very, what we call disorganized, very delusional. She was actively hallucinating, hearing things, a train, a loud train whistle that she screaming, which she told me she hears in the courtroom too. As the 2 hours went on, she became so distracted and very, afraid. You could see it on her face, fear, because of the delusions she was experiencing right then. She got more and more scared about what she thought she saw, a train, and of this louder whistle. So after 2 hours, that was it. She was so, in my impression was that she was so distressed. I didn't want to continue the interview. Then I felt I would be inflicting more harm on her. if I continued the interview. So she gave me some information about her bipolar condition, her mental health history, family. Yeah, that was.
Dr. Litton, thank you. Do you have an opinion on whether or not Ms. Schuabusiness's memory for remote or recent events was impaired when you met with her?
Yes.
Tell me about that a little bit.
Not only did I see that memory issues, impairment in the 2-hour interview, but I see it in her records too. She can sometimes remember remote events, like, pretty well, where she lived, approximate dates, the approximate time her mother died, and so the date when she got married, roughly. It's a little fuzzy, but yeah, better remote memory. But she often will, in the same interview with treaters, evaluators, she'll be confused. And I saw memory impairments during the 2 hours, memory gaps, kind of a person with bipolar disorder or other psychotic disorder like schizophrenia. When they're actively psychotic, we sometimes see memory gaps for the time they were very psychotic, or with bipolar 1 disorder, when they're in a manic state, they can often forget what's going on. Then when they come out of the psychosis, sometimes they'll have a spotty memory. Sometimes the whole memory will come back of what they were doing, what happened during the psychotic episode. But sometimes it's totally blank. Sometimes it comes partially back. And sometimes they try to reconstruct what happened, and you get a kind of a funny reconstruction. How do they explain their behavior when they were manic with bipolar or psychotic from schizophrenia, for example? They'll do a funny, not funny, haha, but bizarre reconstruction. Well, let's see, if I did that, if I got married while I was psychotic, well, let's see, I must have liked the guy. Or I've heard some really odd memory issues.
What about her speech? Can you give me any commentary on her speech from the observations you made?
Her speech is generally, you can understand, I could understand her. She generally speaks in what we call connected sentences. So you can understand her speech. She's not, there's another term, word salad, for somebody who's psychotic, who just blah, blah, blah. You can't understand. It's called word salad. I've never, in her records, and when I interviewed her, she's never been like that. So you can understand her speech. And she'll speak in brief, what we call connected sentences. Sometimes they're logical, lucid, but other times not. They don't make sense. They're going off track. Whatever we're talking about, poof, she goes off track and says something totally different.
Are you saying that she goes off on tangents?
Very much so, yes. Not always, but yes, I observed that in the records too.
When you discuss certain topics, is she connected or disconnected?
Sometimes, like in the 2-hour interview, sometimes and again, my impression was that she tried really hard to answer my questions. Sometimes she was connected to what I was saying and to reality. Other times, no, definitely not connected, in my impression.
During the 2-hour interview that you had with her on June 19th, was she distracted by any internal or external stimuli?
Yes.
Tell me a little bit more about that.
She was distracted by a clock and this is one of these tangents, a clock on the conference room wall. She was distracted by a cord. We had just been talking about past suicide attempts, and she had tried apparently to hang herself. So when she was a teenager or younger, and she was distracted by a cord and a voice telling her to hang herself with that cord, but she said, I'm controlling it though. She had a train. She thought she saw a train and a whistle that got louder and louder and louder. She was delusional in her thinking. So those are just some examples.
Did you ask her about her mood on a scale of 1 to 10?
I did.
And what was the response you got?
007, which was bizarre. And I think a reference to James Bond.
What could you take from that?
My impression was that, again, it was some tangent. And, it sounds pretty goofy, bizarre. I asked her to clarify that, and she really didn't. It led into a discussion of mania, bipolar 1 mania, and we discussed that, her impressions of bipolar, and has she ever had a manic episode.
Is obsessive compulsive disorder a mental disorder or issue?
Is it for her or just in general?
Just in general.
Yes, it's a mental disorder.
Did you talk to her about any compulsive behaviors or any issues like that?
Yes.
Tell me about that.
I brought up the issue of hypersexuality, also just obsessive compulsive symptoms, traits, and she said sometimes she's will touch her hair a lot. She'll wash her hands 30 to 40 times with germs. But then I asked her about hypersexuality, which is sometimes seen in a person with bipolar 1 disorder when they're in a manic state, manic psychotic state, this hyper, too much interest, arousal regarding something sexual. And she was very surprised. She had never heard of that. But she clicked on it. It was interesting. She clicked on it like, oh. And then she described some past obsessiveness in, I think she said in 2020, for about a year, when she and her husband viewed a lot, and she called it, obsessive, adult pornography.
Does hypersexuality give you concern or pause as it relates to mental health issues?
It does, because, and this wasn't the additional evidence about it, that she has likely, well, in my opinion, she has had hypersexuality during the bipolar disorder, when she was diagnosed at least age 14, but probably before that. She made inappropriate sexual comments in her classrooms while growing up at school. Then when she was inpatient, I believe the 21 days, I think it was Nicolay, and was it 2021, she was inappropriate. They caught her in the bathroom, 2 separate incidences with a male, 2 different male patients. I think there's been some incidences in the jail. I don't remember that exactly. But yes, that's definitely a concern. So I've seen other people with inpatient, outpatient, who are hypersexual and again associated with bipolar mania, manic episode, or could be schizophrenia, but typically bipolar disorder. I've certainly seen that at Mendota and when I treated or evaluated people. It's not incredibly common, but it's one of the kind of classic symptoms of a bipolar manic episode.
Did Ms. Schuabusiness say anything about her thinking and her feelings on that?
Yes.
What did she talk to you about?
You mean during that 2-hour interview?
Yes.
Yeah, and I'd have to look at her the exact quotes here, but the thinking, she hears screaming in the courtroom. It sounds like quite constant, she said. I'm looking here. Yeah, she said she reported she hears screaming all day long, and not from the other jail inmates, telling her to wake up. Screaming happens, quote, a lot when she goes to court. It, quote, very much so, end of quote, affects her ability to concentrate on a daily basis and when in the courtroom. And then the voices, the screaming, are scary and tell her to do stuff. So her thinking I always ask people, I evaluate, how is your thinking and memory? And to me, it's just the thinking it's difficult for her to think because of the bipolar symptoms of psychosis thinking. It affects her attention, her concentration, and messes up her thinking. Difficult.
As part of your complete analysis in this case, did you find that Taylor Schuabusiness is married?
Yes.
And did she provide you with any information about the marital relationship?
Yes.
What did she say about that?
She said that, I hate to say this about someone not here, but she said that her spouse, who I believe they married in 2020, got her involved in methamphetamine use. He was a dealer. He was, again, her reports about this vary, but she has reported that he was very physically abusive, hit her, she told me that he hit her on the head numerous times. That was when I was evaluating her, any head injuries ever in your past, and she mentioned that he had hit her on the head numerous times. So very controlling person, and she had gone to a neighbor's house at one time in 2020 to ask them to call 911, and another neighbor, when the police came, another neighbor said that she knew them both, and she said, yeah, he was abusive, controlling, drug pusher, addict, yeah. But she is still married. I believe but she was going to, in 2020, she was going to try to get the marriage annulled, but I don't think that's happened at this point.
While you're changing topics, I think we'll take our mid-morning break. We started a little bit later, but it's 11:15 right now, folks. We've been going for about an hour and a half. We'll take about a 10-minute break, so all rise for adjournment.
So, I guess somewhat interesting. This is the doctor that Schuabusiness threw a chair at her. I keep thinking about. Oh, there's a few things we got to talk about too. I'll get the super chats. There's a few things I want to mention. They're pretty quick with these breaks.
Before
So
we recess, Mr. Saunders?
No, thank you.
Thank you.
make sure I try to hit on the things I want to talk about.
11 o'clock. Okay, we're recess. Thank you.
Let me save these images. A couple things that we need to talk about. The bipolar thing too. I have a lot of different thoughts about it because I've dated, I think, 2 people with it, and I don't want to say anything disparaging too, in case it's weird, because like we're watching this, so I don't want to say anything disparaging. But yeah, there's been like one was a very very long time ago, one not so that long ago, but I just think that there's like the highs and the lows. It's very very apparent. And I think it really depends. I mean, I've read stuff, and I know everybody's different. Sometimes those people don't want to take their meds, because when they're feeling the highs, it's like a literal high, and you can tell when they're high and in a good mood type of shit. And both of those relationships too, the super hypersexual as well. Those, so I wasn't complaining about that, but the negatives or the bads or the lows or whatever, it's freaking extreme. Like it can get really bad. Some people take their meds, how they're supposed to, and I guess it's not a problem, but you can look online and just read all kinds of stories, anecdotal stories. It's fucking crazy, man. And I feel like sometimes people try to downplay that shit. It can be bad. But there's those people that say in the chat that it gets misdiagnosed as well. Sometimes people are misdiagnosed and stuff. You can look all online, man. You got to know what you're getting yourself into, and you got to research it. Don't let people try to, it's nothing. Oh, it's something. Don't be fucking fooled. All right. Let me show you this. As far as the father, right? And then again, I'm not saying that this is why this woman killed. You know what I'm saying? Nah, I'm not saying that at all. I'm just sharing my personal experience with that. I don't. As far as Taylor, I feel like she almost maybe. I still don't think they're gonna find her insane, but I feel like she almost fits more into the insane thing. I mean, she could be faking the funk. I don't know. She could be. And that's the question I was gonna ask you guys. What was I gonna say? Oh, her facial expressions. Do you think they're voluntary or they're involuntary? Like right now in the trial, when she's like kind of like smiling or making these weird. Is she doing that voluntarily, like she knows what she's doing, or it's involuntary, like she just can't control it, part of a mental thing or whatever? Debbie said, "Doctor that can't pronounce the name of drugs." I don't know. Actually, she made me feel better about myself. All right, the doctor can't read this shit. Okay, well, I guess I'm good to go. And thank you, Diggs, for all that information. We're gonna get to that. Okay. Let me pull this up quick because I know this judge comes back really quick. They do their 10-minute breaks. So, okay, as far as the father, and again, like I said, the bipolar stuff, don't take offense. If you're doing your thing and you're fine, I'm not talking about you. I'm just sharing my personal experiences. There can be extreme highs. There can be extreme lows. Sometimes people don't want to take their meds, or sometimes it takes time to adjust to that. And like I said, the highs can be amazing. It can be a lot of fun. It can be a blast. But the lows, it can be bad, really bad. Okay. So Arturo Coronado Sr., okay, filing date 5/23/2018. This is the father. And so it says here, second degree sexual assault of a child. There's like 2 counts here of second degree sexual assault of a child. The one here says depositions guilty due to no contest plea. And then it says charge dismissed but read in. And he's still locked up. So I don't know if like he took a plea deal. I don't know why one says dismissed, the other one says that. I don't know how that works. The defendant was charged with the following offense. So the count 1. For some reason, the count 2, I don't know. They said dismissed here. Count 1, second degree sexual assault of a child, felony C. Okay. Defendant is not eligible. So the other question people were asking, so his time, 12 years. But people were asking, was this Taylor? I don't know. I was trying to find out. I really don't know. Was it Taylor? I don't I guess they would have said. Somebody told me they think maybe it was his stepdaughter. I really don't know what child he did this to. And I don't know. I was thinking maybe it would come up. Maybe it would come up during a trial, like specifically while he's on the stand. But maybe he seemed a little bit sassy. Maybe he didn't. Maybe that was part of the stipulation. Maybe he didn't want to be questioned on that. The other thing, let me get this super chat too, because this super chat relates to the next topic. Let me get a couple of different super chats first. Nisa Marie, thank you for the super chat. Says, good morning, Mel. Thanks for covering this trial, listening while at work. Yep, has been a member 4 months. Thank you. Something is going on with my membership, Mel. Email me sometime at Gmail and I don't know, let me know. It should be just an automatic thing. There should be like no kind of hassle with it. It should just be you sign up and you go. But you can email me. And I don't have any control over like the only thing I can control is like the content that I post or like the membership prices. That's it. Like, but I can't manage like the card end or anything like that. Lilac, thank you so much for the super chat. Says, did you put your CA on your phone? CA? What's CA? What do you mean CA? I don't know. My CA on my phone. 828 Caroline, thank you for the 5 months membership. Morning, Mel. I got my life. Oh, I got that already. I get my life in your chat and you rock, love. Thank you. Thank you. Patty B, thank you for the membership. Says, hey, Mel, we got swatted before. Some kid's son was playing video games. We called the cops. Said son killed mom. Wow. Was going to kill dad. Scary. Holy crap. That's why you got to be really careful, especially if you're doing this online stuff. You know, I use Data Seal. I have 2 services that I use. Also added my mother on there because you just never know, especially with the online stuff, man, what kind of, you know, evil people are out there. Hannah, thank you for the 2-month membership. Ethan Crumley is having a hearing right now. It looks like you're watching. It looks like you're watching a VHS tape, though. Maybe I'll do that later. I thought this thing was going to be over today, but maybe not. Maybe because maybe the prosecution is going to bring out another doctor to counteract what this doctor is saying. And then we still got to get to the cross-exam. So, and it still seems like the defense is still going. So, we might be here all day. Maybe we will be here 10 hours, maybe. I don't know. Jane A, thank you for the super chat. 2nd grade on a field trip. Boy, my class dialed 911. Cops came, made a fool of him. His grandma came scolding him in front of everybody. 90s didn't play. Thank you. I got those. Okay. They called me Mimi. Thank you for the membership. Tricky Vicky, thank you for the membership. Sandra, thank you for the super chat. Joey Bird, thanks for the membership. Sherry, thank you for the membership. Deviled-eyed Elvis. Law, this girl looks crazy as a bed bug. Camera filters must be stopped. Rennie, thank you for the stars on Facebook. On Facebook, if it somehow passes the 8-hour, it probably will pass the 8-hour mark. If it does, I'll just restart it on Facebook so you guys can watch. Just Me JB says, hey Mel, look up Denise Coronado, same person as Taylor Schuabusiness. Don't believe it is, actually. She forced a 14-year-old girl to run away onto prostitution when she was 19 years old. I asked Diggs to look into that. So Denise Marie Coronado is a different person charged with forcing a 14-year-old girl in prostitution. Taylor Denise Coronado, which is Taylor's other name, is not the same person. So you got Denise Marie Coronado and you got Taylor Denise Coronado. Let me pull up an article for you. Diggs sent me. I don't have the ad blocker on this one.
For her alleged role in forcing into sex slavery. Good evening, I'm Bill Biasa.
And I'm Sarah Donchi, and for Lauren, Denise Coronado is at the center of this investigation. Tonight, she is charged after a 14-year-old girl says Coronado forced her to have sex with dozens of men. Channel 2's Robert Arnold is live outside the Harris County District Attorney's office. Robert?
Prosecutors aren't saying much about this case because the investigation is far from over. They do say, though, this arrest came after the 14-year-old was able to escape and lead officers to 19-year-old Denise Coronado.
Denise Marie Coronado.
19-year-old Denise Coronado wasn't present when a prosecutor laid out the charges against her. Specifically, prosecutors say Coronado helped take a 14-year-old runaway hostage.
She is going to positively identify this
That doesn't
defendant
look
as
like
one
her
of
either.
her captors who first forced her to have sex for money.
Prosecutors said the teen was grabbed off the street, first taken to a wooded area, then to a motel, and forced into prostitution.
Met up with approximately 26 unknown males for dates.
Prosecutors say Coronado threatened the teen and burned her with a cigarette. She is charged with compelling prostitution by threat or force. This is her fourth time in court since her 18th birthday. Court records show Coronado had a marijuana possession charge in December. In August, it was assaulting a family member. And in 2015, it was another assault charge. She pleaded no contest to all of these charges. And prosecutor Joanne Musick says
I
what
don't see
happened
anything,
to this
Lizette.
girl highlights the dangers runaways face on the street.
We're actually finding that that's more and more common. That's how pimps are selecting their victims. They find, a child,
you know what?
a woman, a man, whoever that has, little ties to their family.
Coronado is in jail, but prosecutors.
Okay, I think I might have changed. Well, the other one's iCkEdMeL. I don't know if I changed the other one. Let me see. Upload default. I changed the name to one of them to iCkEdMeL 2, I think. Oh, yeah, instead of iCkEdMeL LLC, I think I changed it to iCkEdMeL. I don't know what I did. Yeah, there's iCkEdMeL, and then there's iCkEdMeL 2. Oh, that's PayPal, yeah. I don't know. I don't think I got anything. I have to power up the other phone. I checked my email though. I don't see it there. Unless it was when my email server was down for a little bit. A lot of missing people, huh? Damn. Let me see. Somebody sent me a picture. I don't even know what they sent me a picture of. I don't see nothing in the picture. Okay, let me see what else you guys are saying. What else? Oh, they're about to come back. I won't get offended by email. It's the doctor and the defense attorney. They're on a little break. They took a little break right now. Just me, JB. Thank you for looking into that. But yeah, it looks like it's a different person. That would be wild. That would have been wild as shit. Oh, that's the other thing. Thank you, Diggs. Yeah, Denise Marie Coronado, that lady that was trafficking, she's still locked up in Harris County, Texas. So that's another. Yeah, it can't be this Taylor. Well, and we're definitely gonna have to listen to when the other doctor comes, because the other doctor said that they believe she's just fading. She's just somebody that was high. That's what basically I thought when we watched the competency hearing. Your tweet. Denise Marie Coronado is not tailored to Schuabusiness. So she's currently still locked up for charges in Texas. All right. Good to clarify that.
Be seated. All right, we're back on the record. Mr. Freilich, the witness is yours.
Thank you, Art. Based on your review of the educational records for Taylor Schuabusiness, did you make any conclusions about whether she had a budding personality disorder?
No, I did not. No.
Okay. Did you see in the records that she was a really disturbed teen?
Yes, that was my impression.
And did you indicate that you felt that it even went beyond that?
Yes, which was later confirmed when we later received the Bellin inpatient records from when she was 12 and then again at 14, and was diagnosed with a thought disturbance, bipolar 1, depression, severe with psychosis by age 14.
Did you have a chance to review a colleague's evaluation, Dr. Tracy Lucetta?
Yes.
Is she a PhD?
She is a PhD.
And she reviewed or examined Taylor Schuabusiness in the past, correct?
Yes.
So you had a chance to consider her report, correct?
Yes.
Did you also review Dr. Matthew Seipel's report?
Yes.
And he's a forensic psychologist from the Wisconsin Forensic Unit, correct?
Yes.
And then did you also have the opportunity to review Dr. Christina Engin's report?
Yes.
And these are reports that were conducted based off evaluations of Taylor Schuabusiness, correct?
Yes.
Before I ask you about whether you agree with their opinions or not, I'm going to ask you about what is your opinion as it relates to your evaluation and assessment of Taylor Schuabusiness?
My opinion is that she qualifies for the not guilty by reason of mental disease or defect. My opinions are that she was not responsible because of a mental disease. She wasn't responsible for the criminal conduct because at the time of the event, she had the mental disease, and it both affected, she lacked substantial capacity to both appreciate the wrongfulness of her conduct at the time the homicide occurred, but also she could not she couldn't conform. She lacked volitional control. She couldn't conform her conduct to the requirements of law. She was lacking in her ability to control herself. The volitional control both was lacking. That's my opinion.
You said that she lacked the ability to control herself?
Yes, at the time of the event.
She controlled herself.
And do you opine that she has a mental disease or a mental defect or both?
Yes.
Both?
It's unclear. I tried to get her to be evaluated. I suggested she be evaluated, as Dr. Lucetta did too, further for possible defect, mental defect, brain issues. That didn't happen, but my impression was that she has a mental disease, which is the most likely bipolar disorder.
Based on your training and experience, can chemicals exacerbate?
They can, yes.
Did you draw any conclusions on whether Taylor Schuabusiness has any kind of chronic brain damage?
I couldn't, because that has to be done. For the first step is what we call neuropsychological testing by a neuropsychologist. Pretty elaborate testing. That's the process. And then if those test results are abnormal, then the next step would be a referral to a neurologist and medical doctor who would assess her and then decide whether or not there was enough information from the testing to explore the possibility of some brain defect, brain damage, maybe, yeah.
Okay. In your report, your opinions are on the last page, is that fair?
Yes.
And did you talk about her presentation when she presents herself? Do you have comments about that?
Yes, my comments about that are that it's very unusual, what we call presentation. How is she looking? How does she talk? How does she interact? Everything. What's going on in her mind, whatnot. And it's really, really unusual. And I searched my own 32-year memory bank here, and it's exceptionally unusual presentation, how she's coming across to me, the two attorneys, other evaluators in the school.
Would you agree that she has a strange presentation?
She does.
She does.
How about her facial expressions? Can you give some commentary on that from what you've seen?
Very unusual. She's been described as smirky. Smirky. She has inappropriate, grinning, weird grinning when she's talking about the crimes. People have interpreted it to be like laughing at what she did. At times, in the jail, with evaluators, with me, at times, briefly, it's very strange. Other times looking, I can mimic it.
Let's see.
Scowly. A lot of people interpret it superficially to be grinning. Yeah, grinning it all, but getting a kick out of everything. Not me. Based on my experience and training, that's a psychotic person right there. That's what's causing this really weird, bizarre. And I'm telling you, to me, it's off the scale. 32 years, I've seen a lot of psychotic people, bipolar, psychotic, manic, and I just haven't seen very many like this. Very exceptional, very exceptional.
Do you believe that she has a genuine mental disorder?
Yes.
Of a psychotic nature?
Yes.
What is the nature?
The best, my best opinion is the bipolar 1.
Oh, no, they come for bipolar people?
Sometimes with psychosis, sometimes not. But that, after we got the Bellin records from 2 inpatient admissions at age 12 and 14, or 14 and 16, let me just double check. 14 and 16, she was diagnosed at 14 with bipolar depression, severe with psychosis. So that confirmed that's I was thinking about schizophrenia, and sometimes schizophrenia and bipolar are very hard to distinguish. Sometimes not, but sometimes really hard to tell bipolar from schizophrenia. And there's a kind of a combined one called schizoaffective disorder, and that's been applied to her too. But I think based on this history we have from Bellin when she was diagnosed with bipolar, and then again at Nicolay when she was 22 years old, also bipolar. My opinion is, based on my experience and training, is bipolar 1. The more serious, there's bipolar 1, bipolar 2. But bipolar 1 can have psychosis, psychotic episodes. So that's my opinion.
Are your opinions to a reasonable degree of professional certainty or psychological certainty?
Yes.
Both, correct?
Yes.
You did prepare a report on all of these findings, correct?
Yes.
Dr. Lewis on steroids, Cicely said. Ooh, they're going to be a lot of pissed off people when they hear this testimony. Oh, MSK said doctor speaking facts.
July 3rd, 2023.
Does that report contain all of your findings and evaluations based on Taylor Schuabusiness?
It's a brief summary, yes.
Everything in there is accurate, correct?
I hope so, yes, I think so.
Okay. And the report is dated July 3rd of 2023, correct?
Yes.
Offer Exhibit 6.
Any objection?
No.
6 is received.
Doctor, you did review Dr. Matthew Seipel's report, correct?
I did, two reports,
Okay. You read through both of them?
yes,
You're aware of the opinions and findings that he rendered, correct?
yes.
Do you agree or disagree?
Disagree.
Tell me why.
Contrary to how Dr. Seipel, his opinion, which I respect all professionals' opinions. I don't criticize the professional. I can support my own opinion. But in contrast, I believe that my opinion is that she has a genuine mental disorder.
And then Dr. Christina Engine, did you review her evaluation?
Yes.
And do you agree or disagree with hers?
Disagree.
Tell me why.
Similar to Dr. Seipel, if I remember her report well enough, I disagree. My opinion is that Ms. Schabusiness has a genuine mental disorder of a psychotic nature.
Okay, I have no other questions. Thank you.
So she agrees, disagree with 2 doctors?
Good morning, doctor.
Oh, come on, I better eat her up.
Sorry, I'm a little hidden here behind the court reporter, so I'll try to move over. Can you hear me okay?
Oh, yes.
Okay. So you testified you're an independent forensic psychologist, is that right?
That's right.
And does that mean that you're just sort of a solo practitioner, you're not employed with a larger facility?
Right. I don't work for anybody. I work for myself.
And you've been retained by the defense in this case?
Yes.
All right. So is there a retainer agreement in place?
No. Say the very vast majority of my cases were for the public defender. So they have an appointment letter, how much they think they're going to pay, like that.
Okay.
No money up front until the case is done and I bill.
I understand.
Or he bills.
Sure. But you are being obviously compensated for your testimony.
No, I haven't been paid anything.
Wow.
No, I've been on this case since 20. I don't get paid till the case is all done.
Okay, but at the end of the case you will.
Right.
Okay. You were asked questions about having previously conducted NGI evaluations in the past.
Right.
How many?
Hundreds? I don't know. Maybe, a lot.
All right. And how many in the last 10 years?
Many. And I have several right now. Many.
Okay, so like dozens?
Oh, yes, at least, yes.
And your CV, do you still have that in front of you? I believe it's Exhibit 1. You outlined some, on page 2, publications and presentations that you've completed, is that right?
Yes.
And for instance, in 2022, you had a publication or presentation on sexually violent persons.
Yes.
And similarly, in 2001, another publication on sexually violent persons.
Those were presentations, yes.
Okay. And would it be fair to say, looking through 2009 at least, all the publications and presentations we're seeing are with respect to sexually violent persons cases?
Most are, yes.
And do you have publications or have you presented on the topic of conducting NGI evaluations?
No. Other than 2018, a young colleague and I did a fill-in at the Wisconsin Psychological Association just on starting a forensic practice. And, we talked about the different kinds of it. Like, it was to a group of psychologists who were thinking of getting to be a forensic psychologist, so we probably mentioned NGIs.
Okay. But that wasn't like a presentation on how to do NGI evaluations?
No.
Okay. I then want to ask about some of your sources of information, and counsel went through some of those with you. With respect to what occurred on February 22nd, 2022, what sort of information did you review?
The criminal complaint. You said what information did I review regarding that?
Yes.
Event?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, because nobody was there. parents were upstairs. So we don't have any direct witnesses, but I reviewed the police reports, all their interviews. That's basically it. What she told other evaluators and what she told me very briefly. So that was it.
So it was when you say police reports, you're referring to like the paper report that a detective or officer wrote?
Right. There's the criminal complaint or information, which is a couple pages long, but then attached usually with it, are the basis for the criminal charges. And, with the police, I guess in this case, the police who went there, arrested her, their interviews with her.
So did you just review the criminal complaint or also all of the police reports?
All the police reports.
Okay. So then it sounds like you didn't review the recorded interview itself of Ms. Schuabusiness.
Transcript, the recorded interview herself, and at least an hour and a half, 2 hours of the video interview.
I'm sorry. Did you review the recorded interview of Ms. Schuabusiness from February 23rd of 2022?
What I was given by the attorney was a transcript of their interviews, and so a transcript, written type. Okay. The transcript.
Was it like the police report summarizing it?
If I remember right, it was a transcript of I don't know if they had a court reporter in there. I don't know how they do that.
But not the actual visual image itself. You didn't.
I only saw about an hour and a half, 2 hours of the visual, whatever you call that, video in those conference rooms where the police detectives were interviewing Ms. Schuabusiness.
Okay. So you reviewed an hour and a half of that. Was that the February 23rd interview?
Yes, I believe so.
And so you didn't review the rest of the approximate 5.5 hours of that interview?
No, it didn't transmit to me by computer for some reason. So it was only roughly an hour and a half to 2 hours of what I did see.
The defense didn't provide the whole interview for you?
They tried, but for whatever reason, I don't know, technology between the DAs or what, that's happened before, not uncommon.
Sure. Well, to be clear, we aren't providing you any information to review, right?
What? Pardon?
The state isn't providing you any information to review, right? You're getting that information from other people.
Well, I think it goes from you all to him.
Sure.
Yeah, right, and then to me, yeah.
So then it also sounds like, Doctor, you haven't reviewed the February 28th interview of Ms. Schuabusiness?
I read the police descriptions of it, and I thought I had a transcript. I think it was a summary, pretty decent summary of the February 28th. Similar, the summary, pretty decent, detailed of the February 23, the 2 interviews they did on that day.
Okay. But not, again, the actual visual image, the recorded interview itself.
Not from that one again. If it was sent to me, I couldn't see it.
Okay. And you mentioned that obviously one of your sources of information is from your meeting or meetings with Ms. Schuabusiness?
Yes.
All right. And the the February 7th, 2023 interview, that was the instance where Ms. Schuabusiness threw a chair at you, right?
Yes.
And after she did that, you said she just sat down.
Yeah.
And was calm after that point?
Very. And I looked at her, as I'm subject to doing, I used that time before the guards came in. Maybe it took a while, 3 minutes or so. And it was weird, bizarre, whatever you want to call it, because she immediately, very calmly, came back, sat down across from me, and I looked at her physiological responses, just totally blank. And again, I've seen violent patients. I got attacked once, beat up at Mendota, got slapped.
Gangster.
But I saw very many aggressions on the unit I was on at Mendota for the 14 most aggressive patients, males, in the whole state. And we'd have between 3 to 7 aggressions. And usually after a person does something like that, they have a red face, angry, yelling, swearing, breathing heavily. Nothing.
So, those prior instances you talked about, those were with people who were at Mendota, you said?
Yeah.
So those were people who were actually found to have a mental illness.
No, not all of them. We were the overflow unit. We mostly had our patients were from around the state, jails, prisons, Winnebago mental health. They were most of them had been found not guilty, legally insane. But we were the overflow unit for the admission unit for competency evaluation. So they were not all necessarily mentally ill, but most were with a psychotic illness.
And those were the people who kind of made a gesture, like a red face,
yeah,
things like
but
that after.
I've dealt with many aggressive people in the outpatient setting too. And yeah, it was unusual. I just don't, searching my memory banks, had a hard time coming up with somebody. I've seen it before, but it's unusual for a person to not be aroused, when they're feeling so angry. It was unusual.
And then I want to ask about the June 19th, 2023 interview with Ms. Schabusiness. And that was at the a conference room area?
Yes.
And her attorney was present for that, right?
Yes.
And is it common for you to have those sort of evaluations with an interested party in the room?
I always ask attorneys, going back to when I was at Mendota, I learned this at Mendota, I always ask attorneys, if they have the time, to sit in at least during the initial part, like for a competency evaluation, so I can see the attorney and the client interacting. And so it gives me more information about whether the defendant is understanding what's going on, if they're able to work with their attorney. So I always ask attorneys to do that. Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't have time, whatever. It was unusual, though, in this case, that the defense attorney sat in through the whole thing. I did it for a particular reason, though.
Okay. And then you talked about exhibit number 4. Do you still have that in front of you, Doctor? It's the chart you prepared.
Oh, sure. Yeah, right.
Okay. I know there's a number of exhibits here. So you kind of listed the age of Ms. Schuabusiness at the time of various admissions. Is that right?
Right, approximate age.
So it looks like ages 14, there was a Bellin Health Psychiatric Center.
Yes.
Age 16 from Bellin Health Psychiatric.
Yes.
And then there was nothing that was reviewed until Ms. Schuabusiness was 23.
Right.
So you reviewed no mental health history, and you're aware of no mental health history from ages 16 through 23.
Well, 2020, she was in the jail. Or no, I guess that was 2020 when she was 22. So, yeah, no, there's a gap.
Okay.
Yeah.
So there wasn't anything, I guess, from 16 to 22 then?
Not that I know of.
And when you were kind of summarizing the chart in Exhibit 4, I noticed a few times that when you were describing hallucinations, there was also sometimes then concurrently reports of methamphetamine use. Is that fair?
Yes.
And in your experience, methamphetamine can produce psychosis as a side effect.
Yes, it can in some cases.
And that was actually reported in quite a few of these records, wasn't it?
It was.
All right. So then I want to ask about the Bellin stay in 2012. You reviewed those records, right?
Yes.
Okay. And in particular, did you review the discharge summary?
Yes.
And I guess the discharge summary, that's kind of like the exit interview, so to speak. Right?
Exactly.
All right. So you would recognize that if you were to see it?
Maybe. But I have it on the chart. I believe at the discharge, she was diagnosed with mood disorder, not otherwise specified, without psychosis by the 3 days.
Okay. And that's exactly right, Doctor. So I'm going to show you Exhibit 7. Does that appear to be the discharge summary we're talking about?
Yes.
And in discharge diagnoses, you mentioned a mood disorder without psychosis.
Yes.
Nowhere in the discharge diagnosis is there a bipolar diagnosis, is there?
Yes, that's true.
And in fact, if you could flip to the last page of that, it says page 118 on the bottom, but it's the last page of that stapled packet, Doctor. You see the portion that says condition on discharge?
Yes.
Okay, and it says, quote, on exam, Taylor denied hallucinations or thoughts of harm toward herself or others, a wish to be dead, or that she would be better off dead. Did I state that accurately?
Yes.
And that was the Bellin health records from 2012.
Yes.
Interesting.
I then want to ask about the Bellin health records from 2014. You reviewed those as well?
Yes.
And there was a portion that contained the discharge notes as well. Is that right?
Yes.
All right. Okay, I'm going to show you Exhibit 8, Doctor. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
Does that appear to be some of the discharge notes from October 29th of 2014?
This was difficult because you see at the top and all through here, pretty weird, because it's got every page at the top says 10/28/2014, admission, and then parentheses, discharged from assess at Bellin. So it's confusing. It was one of the more confusing I've been reviewing medical records since I was age 14 as a candy striper. And this was hard. So it's difficult to figure out, is this the final discharge? And I think I finally concluded she was only there for 3 days. So I think it's the discharge, but it's the discharge summary, but it is confusing. You have to look at all the dates and everything, but this was really confusing.
Sure. But if you could, Doctor, flip to the last page of that exhibit. Do you see the area where it lists the diagnosis for Schuabusiness? And there's 2 diagnoses, aren't there?
Right.
One of which is cannabis abuse, continuous.
Right.
The other is alcohol abuse, episodic.
Yes.
Okay, there's not a bipolar diagnosis listed there, is there?
No, there's not.
And there's not that prior mood disorder that we heard about in 2012, is there?
Somewhere in these pages, I believe, that...
And I'm sorry, Doctor, if the question is clear. In the diagnosis part, neither of those diagnoses are listed, are they?
Exactly. No bipolar, and what else was the other thing you said? Mood disorder.
The mood disorder.
Yes, you're right.
And that was the Bellin from 2012, right?
Yes, age 16.
Oh. Bipolar people are vindicated.
I then want to ask about these records from Nicolay Psychiatric, and that's sort of the county admission, right, to locked facility?
Yes.
Okay. And actually, the St. Mary's hospital visit you testified to on direct, that was like the day before the admission to the Nicolay Center, right?
I think it was the day of. Okay. I think that it looks like, because it's March 22nd, 2021, I think St. Mary's ER discharged her right to Nicolay. I think that's how that went down.
Okay. So when Ms. Schabusiness was admitted into Nicolay, she had a drug screen done, did she not?
Yes.
And that drug screen was positive for controlled substance, was it not?
I believe so. I don't have it written down here, but substance use, yes. And then by then, my memory is that it was meth, I think. Meth. Probably THC, marijuana.
Going for weed head. The doctor was coming hard for you saying bipolar, man. Going hard. But at least I think it was 2 reports or 1 report. They didn't mention it. Hey. Oh, the bipolar people in the chat talking about it. The doctor cancel, man.
And Doctor,
oh, I forgot to read yours. Somebody.
you had reviewed those records from Nicolay Psychiatric, right?
Yes.
And those helped you reach your conclusion?
Yes.
All right. So I'm going to show you Exhibit 9. Now I didn't mean to test your memory. I know you reviewed a lot of records. So does that appear to be the notes from Schuabusiness's admission into Nicolay Psychiatric?
Yes.
And that's dated March 22nd of 2021.
Did you say 27th? It's 23rd.
March 20, you're correct. The admission date is March 22nd.
Yes.
Okay, and the date of service that's listed here is March 23rd.
Right.
And then in the history of present illness, it states in the second line, she has been using methamphetamine. She would not tell me how often and how much she has been using it, but drug screen was positive for methamphetamine, amphetamine, and THC. Did I state that accurately?
Yes.
All right. And then Nicolay Psychiatric, that's a sort of locked facility, right?
That's my understanding is it is. I don't think I've ever been there, but my understanding is it's probably locked, I would guess.
Is it a facility that's sort of closely monitored? And
Yes. I think they do. I think I did read that they lock their units, I believe.
I guess the purpose of all that staff presumably is to watch after patients.
Well, right, because she was there on a mental health commitment, so she either had to have been dangerous to herself or to somebody else, and those are usually locked units.
So presumably, people who are in that facility aren't, using controlled substances anymore.
Usually.
So then I'm going to show you exhibit number 10. Does that appear to be the discharge notes from Nicolay Psychiatric?
Yes, this one we know because it says final summary on the top.
And that date is April 12th of 2021.
Yes.
And there still is for the discharge diagnosis, as you mentioned, a bipolar diagnosis, right?
Yes.
Can you flip to the second page? On condition on discharge, it states the patient has a bright affect. Is that right?
Yes.
That she is forward-looking.
Yes.
That she showed some motivation regarding remaining clean and sober.
Yes.
That she denies any delusional beliefs.
Yes.
That she, I guess it notes, there's still some degree of paranoia is present, but denies any thoughts of self-harm.
Yes.
And that was after being in that facility for that time.
And she was just she was on oral antipsychotic, but she just was started on the injected medicine, the longer acting injected antipsychotic, it's called atypical antipsychotic medication, which then she didn't stay on. After the 6-month order to treat,
But also on April 12th, she presumably would have been free from methamphetamine, amphetamine, and THC.
From 21 days, usually in general, it would have been out of her system, but it could be still possibly affecting her thought processes. You just don't know because the testing wasn't done.
Sure.
But no, but totally, yeah. She still had some paranoia. It says some degree of paranoia was still there. However, she wasn't no delusional beliefs. So she wasn't super psychotic. Wasn't psychotic.
And actually, I glossed over two discharge diagnoses. One was the bipolar, right?
Yes.
Well, there was a second one, wasn't there?
Yes, substance use disorder, i.e., in other words, THC, marijuana, and methamphetamine.
All right, doctor.
Thank you. You talked then about some of these hallucinations that are scattered throughout the records you reviewed, right?
Yes.
And some of those are things that the defendant is endorsing. Isn't that fair?
Yes.
And what does endorsing mean?
She's saying self-report. She's reporting them herself. She's describing some of them herself. Not a lot over her history. Are you talking about the hallucinations?
Just the concept of what endorsing means. And
Yeah,
just
just
something
saying
that's reported by a person.
Do you have a headache? And if you say yes, that you're endorsing the headache.
Thank you. And actually, while we're still on the topic of the bipolar diagnosis at Nicolay Psychiatric, you mentioned that you reviewed a report authored by Dr. Lucetta. Is that right?
Yes.
And Dr. Lucetta was a expert retained by the defense earlier in the case.
Yes.
And she prepared a report that you reviewed.
Yes.
And part of that report, Dr. Lucetta spoke with Ms. Schabusiness.
Yes.
And do you recall a portion where they were discussing that bipolar diagnosis?
I don't remember that exactly.
Would it
I'd
assist
have to look at it.
Would it assist to review Ms.
Sure.
Dr. Lucetta's report?
Super psychotic. Bobby Pin, good morning. Or afternoon, actually. Yeah, good afternoon.
Show you what's been marked as exhibit number 11.
Guess we're going to be here 10 hours today.
I believe so.
Yeah.
Reviewed that report?
Yes.
Doctor, if you could turn to page 3 of that report.
Well, she's smiling. Twinkling.
In the second paragraph, I guess it's the first full paragraph. Sort of the last sentence of that. And it says, quote, she, and that refers to Ms. Schabusiness, questioned the bipolar diagnosis, hypothesizing that her symptoms were attributable to methamphetamine abuse, explaining that prior to admission, she had been administering the drug intravenously up to 9 times per day for 5 to 8 months prior to her admission. Did I read that right?
Yes.
And that's referencing the Nicolay records that we just talked about, right?
Yes.
And that's where the bipolar diagnosis came from.
Just a second here.
March, super psychotic.
She seems to be, at the right beginning it says Ms. Schabusiness reported that she was previously admitted, blah, 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 blah. And it seems like that's what she's telling to Dr. Lucetta. But then at the point where that last sentence, she questioned the bipolar, that's, and I had difficulty. I remember reading this and I couldn't quite figure it out. I think you're right that when she's questioning, she questioned the bipolar diagnosis, attributing it maybe to methamphetamine abuse. I think Dr. Lucetta is taking that Ms. Schabusiness, that's what she told Nicolay, the psychiatric staff there, I think.
That your interpretation is that sentence refers to what Ms. Schabusiness told Nicolay?
Well, Ms. Schabusiness told Dr. Lucetta at the beginning of the paragraph that she was admitted to Nicolay. Okay, so that's her self-report. She was vague about why admitted, bipolar. She was diagnosed with bipolar. She was discharged. She discontinued the medication. She doesn't like to take medication. She questioned the bipolar diagnosis. So I'm not sure if that reflects when she was at Nicolay or what she's telling Dr. Lucetta. I'll go, and you think it was Dr. Lucetta, so that's okay because she's done that. Sometimes she will say, this is Ms. Schabusiness, yeah, I've been diagnosed with bipolar. Other times she will say, I don't think I've got it. I don't like to take medications. It varies. It does vary. So let's just agree that this is what she's telling Dr. Lucetta, but it's a little hazy there.
And I guess the point, Doctor, in any event, the sentence I read Those were the statements of Ms. Schabusiness regarding the bipolar diagnosis.
Right, regardless if she's telling Dr. Lucetta or the treaters at Nicolay. She questioned it. Not unusual.
Sure.
Who's Shackles?
I then, doctor, would like to talk a little bit more about bipolar 1. What is the diagnostic criteria for bipolar 1?
Ugh. When a person has, by definition, they have to have had at least one what's called a manic episode, which is extremely elevated mood, and it can be with psychosis, thought disorder, or not, but they have to have at least one prior or current manic episode. By two things. It's either you go from depression, really bad depression with bipolar 1, super duper suicidal type, real depression, and then they have to have it in their history at least one of these real super duper elevated moods.
Love you, man.
Bizarre.
Love you, bro.
You see it. It's pretty bizarre.
So amazing hanging out with
so
you.
So that's basically it.
So you need at least one manic episode.
Yes, I believe that's
sometimes. Shit, I'm manic.
And in order to diagnose a manic episode, there are 4 criteria, aren't there?
We look at the mood, a very elevated, exceptionally elevated mood. And then usually there's these other behaviors that go along with it. Again, the person can be psychotic, not necessarily, but they can be psychotic in this very elevated mood. And then they usually are some other behaviors. They can stay up for 3-4 days.
Oh, no.
They wildly spend, sometimes gamble away, hypersexual. Energy, feeling super energetic.
So there are 4 criteria, right?
Yeah, and I don't have my DSM book in front of me.
Hey,
but,
okay.
The DSM-5 that you referenced, what is that?
That's the American Psychiatric, MD's Psychiatric Association Diagnostic and Statistical Manual, the 5th edition.
The Rolodex of mental health.
I think out in about 2015, I think it was, put out, and it's used in this country for mental health diagnoses and billing.
You would agree it's a pretty commonly used and widely accepted
in the United States, yes.
So for a bipolar 1 diagnosis, the first criteria is that there's a distinct period of abnormally and persistently elevated behavior. Is that fair?
Yes.
And that period has to last, quote, at least 1 week and present most of the day, nearly every day. Does that sound right?
Yes.
So it's not just a manic episode that, is an hour, right? It's a long period of time that somebody's manic.
Right.
In a heightened state. Is that
fair?
Yes. And then the second criteria is some of those, symptoms, mood disturbances. You mentioned gambling, things like that are exhibited.
Yes.
And that mood disturbance, the third criteria, also has to cause an impairment of some kind, right?
A what?
An impairment of some kind?
Yes, an impairment, yes.
And then the fourth criteria for a bipolar 1 diagnosis is that the manic episode is not attributable to the physiological effects of a substance.
Yes.
I.e. a drug.
Yes.
Such as methamphetamine.
Exactly.
So,
or LSD.
Sure.
Something.
So if you're observing a manic episode, but you have information that there was recent methamphetamine use, that would be a concern for bipolar 1 diagnosis.
Yes, without further information or more observations.
I could probably be described as bipolar at times.
Doctor, I then want to ask some questions about your report. I believe it's exhibit 6? Is that still in front of you?
Well, not like these people that don't sleep and shit, bro.
Yes.
I'm up late. I'm dying the next day. I don't know how people stay up 3 days and shit. But I've seen that.
Yes, that's the most recent exhibit.
So your report and your opinions that you're testifying to today regarding NGI rely in part based on your observations of Ms. Schuabusiness on June 19th, right?
Correct, yes.
And actually, as a result of that interview, based on your observations, you had a concern about her present competency in that moment, didn't you?
Yes.
And in fact, your report that you're referencing in Exhibit 6 is sort of a combination NGI report and competency.
Yes, that's what I was asked to do.
And those legally are different concepts, right?
They are.
Competency is sort of in the moment.
Yes.
And NGI obviously refers to the date of the offense.
Exactly, the time of the offense.
Okay, so during your interview with Ms. Schuabusiness, you had a concern about her competency.
Yes.
Objection, relevance. Move to strike.
Yet you're using her statements to form your NGI opinion.
Her statements, my observations, but not just that 2-hour interview. It was the entire information I had about the case. But yes, you're right. During the interview, it helped me to form my opinions because I submitted a mini report months before that where I couldn't make an opinion because I hadn't been able to interview her. That was both competency and NGI.
Thank you. So then I want to ask about malingering. What does that mean to you?
Malingering is
Faking the funk.
intentional faking of symptoms.
I learned that from Amber.
Could be about anything,
Amber
any
Heard.
symptoms, but in the psychiatric profession, malingering is intentional faking of
I want to use that on
mental health system.
somebody I'm dating.
Is that sort of a synonym for feigning or something like that?
Yeah, that's a malingering, feigning, faking. I simplify it, faking.
Sure.
Intentional.
Duplicitous.
And you would agree that's been a concern for evaluators who have met with Ms. Schuabusiness.
Yes.
Dr. Seipel had that concern, did he not?
I think he concluded, if my memory's right, I think he concluded that's it, yes.
I think you're right. Dr. Seipel concluded she was faking, right?
Yeah, I believe so.
And it was a concern raised by Dr. Lucetta, was it not?
Yes, definitely.
And again, she was an expert retained by the defendant.
Yes.
And that she suggested these potential for feigning should be explored further.
Exactly.
And in fact...
Inpatient.
And in fact, in your field, there are tools that can be used to help determine if somebody is accurately providing you information, right?
Yes.
One of those is the MMPI.
Yes.
And those, have you used those before?
Oh, yeah.
And they're helpful for you to know if a patient is providing you accurate information.
But.
I'm sorry.
Yes, but.
Oh, tell them.
You have to take that, it's one part of the clinical evaluation, but you got to evaluate it with other information to decide if it's an accurate test result.
Sure. But you need that information to then know if it's accurate, right?
You need what information?
You need to perform the test.
You don't have to perform. I don't have to perform fancy 500, 300. I don't have to do that.
Oh, shit.
That's not a requirement. Psychiatrists don't do psychological testing. So sometimes I might do it, but I've done many evaluations without that when I have enough other information that you're not required. There's nothing that says you're a psychologist, you got to do MMPI. No, you don't have to do that. But I've done it many times.
Let's go.
And Doctor, I wasn't suggesting that. What I was suggesting is you mentioned that you need to take that test into account and see if it's accurate, essentially, right?
If you've done the test, sure. Or if somebody else, like in this case, it had been done by all these other people, so I consider that information. And that they found that, yes, she had, the other thing, she had over-presented, we call it the test, can detect. When you're over-presenting a symptom, like, oh my God, I really got a bad headache, really super, like that, you over-present it. Basically, again, it could be faking, but it's just an exaggeration. That's another term we use.
Sure. So, but in your report, again, Exhibit 6, I think you quote, psychological testing by other evaluators found signs of possible malingering or intentional faking of mental disorder symptoms. Is that a fair summary of what you wrote in your report?
Yes.
All right. And at the end of your report, it says, quote, testing can reveal attempts to fake a mental disorder, end quote. Did I quote that accurately? It's on page 9 of your report, doctor. Last sentence.
Right, yes.
And so what attempts did you make to use some of those tests to determine if Ms. Schabusiness was faking?
Yeah, good question. I looked at the other psychologist's test results, plus another evaluator done about concerning her baby, Child Protective Services. I think he did testing too. So I look at those results. Yes, they showed exactly what you're saying, but then I take that in the context of the rest of the evaluation and my experience and training.
So, doctor, you did not conduct any of those tests with Ms. Schabusiness on June 19th?
Yes. Or is that no? Which way do I answer that one? I did not conduct any of those tests, right, on whenever I...
Even though those tests can be helpful to determine if a patient is providing you accurate information?
Yes.
And you didn't utilize any of those tests in this case?
No.
Asked and answered objection.
Doctor getting a little. Oh, she been all right, but she picked up a little bit. She kind of started snapping, popping back.
Thank you, doctor. I have nothing further.
Oh, that's it. Okay.
It's going to be a bit, Your Honor. Do you want to take a break?
Oh wow, he's coming back hard. I thought that's it, bro.
Okay. With regards to your report and evaluation of my client, did you get a sense that she was feigning or faking?
At times with me, or not with me during our interview, I didn't think that was, or my interview, I didn't think that was faking at all. No. But with other evaluators, and again, the test results, it's based on my education, my training in this field, my impression was that if there was any, I don't think there was intentional faking, period. I think we're dealing with my opinion is we're dealing with a genuine mentally ill person who occasionally is treated, takes medications. I don't think she's intentionally faking symptoms, even in the test results. The test results show that she was exaggerating symptoms of a mental illness. However, Dr. Tracy Lucetta, in her report, I believe it's in her writer report, she points out that the majority of people with those feigning, malingering test results, they're later found out not to have been intentionally faking.
When, in your experience, in your training, do people sometimes who are going through a psychological evaluation or some kind of an assessment tend to over-present? They want to put themselves in a good light?
Sometimes I've done those tests, yeah, and every forensic evaluation, I assess a person for malingering. Everyone, I do. I don't necessarily give all the tests. Occasionally I do, but we have even other tests for just faking, and I sometimes use that, but yeah, sometimes people do that for various reasons.
With regards to Dr. Lucetta, you read the whole report, correct?
Yes.
And she had recommended transfer to one of the state psychiatric facilities like Mendota Mental Health or Winnebago, correct?
Right, for testing, neuropsychological testing and medications, and yes.
And before you wrote your July 3rd, 2023 report, you did consider all of the information, the interview on June 19th, the interviews in February, is that true?
Yes.
And all the records, correct?
Yes.
And you're indicating to the court that you did review some of the video clipped information between Ms. Schuabusiness and the detectives?
Yes.
So you considered all of that information, correct?
Yes.
Your opinions aren't just based off of what happened on June 19th, correct?
No.
And as it relates to the DSM 5 manual, the diagnostic statistical manual that psychologists use. You're familiar with the elements for bipolar 1?
Yes.
And did Taylor Schuabusiness exhibit some of those elements based on what you saw?
Yes. And she confirmed she had had those experiences in the past too.
And oftentimes when psychologists do testing, they would do the MMPI, the Minnesota Multiphasic Personality Inventory, correct?
Yes.
It's a series of questions, correct?
The short version is 300.
And then you gotta answer these questions, and then you gather information from that. Fair?
Yeah, it's put into it. Nowadays it's put into a computer and yeah.
It's a computer test, right?
Well, I don't know. I don't have the computer version. I don't know if it's all, I don't know how that works.
Let me ask you this. With the other test, the other gold standard test for psychologists is the MCMI, correct?
Yeah.
The Milan Clinical Multi-Axial Inventory Test?
Yes.
Is that another written test?
It is.
Okay. Was it your understanding that Dr. Matthew Seipel did not use the MMPI or the MCMI?
No, he didn't use them.
Other psychologists had already done that, correct?
Right.
And you reviewed those reports, correct?
Yes.
So you went right to it and got the materials and analyzed things from a psychological standpoint, correct?
Right. I didn't think there was any utility, any use to giving her the whole test again when she had it, I don't know, 3-4 times?
Wasn't necessary, is that fair?
I didn't think so, no.
In some of these records from Bellin, did you see that she was huffing nail polish in 2013?
Yeah.
Jack, this is outside the scope of cross.
It's in the exhibit. It's in Exhibit 8.
Back up.
I can grab the exhibit here.
Back up. I'll pull this shit out too. Let's go. Time to flex. It's the only time you're gonna get to shine. You better pull that shit out. So the other doctors had done that the malingering test. I forget the MMP or whatever they call it. So there's no point for her to do it again. But aren't those the doctors that found her to be malingering? How many doctors in total was it? Was it 3, including this doctor, or was it 4, including this doctor? Because 2 of the doctors, they said that they believed. I thought they said they thought she was feigning, right? Yeah, huffing nail polish. Is that a thing? Can they get half of that? Well, I guess you can, right? It's really strong.
That's true, right? She was she admitted to huffing nail polish in 2013.
About then, yes.
So what? I was kidding.
Can I have Exhibit 7? 8,
What are they trying to say? That caused it now? Make a pint of nail polish, Lobo? What does that do? Is people inhaling nail polish? I guess it's like a temporary high or something? There's people doing all kinds of shit. Why? They just have a drink or she's doing her meth, right? Maybe it's that she was on meth and the nail polish gives you like a buff high. Because you know what ecstasy people are doing, like Vicks and stuff?
With regards to Bellin Psychiatric Center, her discharge summary, it does indicate Axis 1 that she had a mood disorder, correct?
I believe so, yes. Was that from the 2012?
Yes.
Yes.
No way it's like Whippets. No way.
And at least at that time, it did talk about hallucinations, correct?
Yes, and when she came in, they,
If you just
yes.
focus on his question, he asked if it referenced it, okay?
Yes.
It did, okay. And Exhibit 9 here, the Nicolay Psychiatric Center Inpatient Mental Health Unit. The initial evaluation did indicate on the bottom, diagnosis was bipolar disorder, correct?
Yes.
Angela, I heard about that. Man. There was this kid in school that used to.
And on the Exhibit 10,
I think huffed them.
Fair to say that the final summary for Nicolay Psychiatric Center for Taylor Schuabusiness, she was admitted 3/22 of 2021, admitted with a diagnosis of bipolar disorder, correct? That was one of them?
Yes.
And then she was discharged April 12th of 2021 again with bipolar disorder as one of the discharge diagnoses, correct?
Yes.
Okay, came firing back. All right, someone.
And that on admission, that her thought content showed that she appeared to be having auditory hallucinations and delusions of persecution, correct?
Yes.
And suicidal ideation.
I believe so, yes. Oh, yes.
Oh, that grinning. She got away with some shit too. She's grinning over there. Oh yeah, I remember Albert in school back in my day. He used to eat Elmer's glue. I think he was, I don't know what was up with that kid. But what's the point of eating the glue? Can they huff it and get high? This kid would like put the glue in his mouth.
And is it fair to say that based on what you understood, that Ms. Schuabusiness did not take her medications after she was released from Nicolay Psychiatric Center in April of 2021?
Yes, she did. That's my understanding.
Yeah,
and that, at least according to that document, her affect was flat.
Yes.
What does that mean? Her affect was flat.
Oh, I'm gonna get a little cough
That's
drop
really
here.
bad for you, though. I don't
That
like
means that, I mean, facial expression is just emotionless, flat emotions.
I can't. That whiteout smells good though. You ever had whiteout?
As it relates to these other exhibits, Exhibit 9, she was prescribed Abilify for mood stabilization. Is that correct?
Yes, and what was that one from? Is it?
The date of service, it indicates 3/23 of 21.
So that was Nicolay?
Yes.
Yeah, she was prescribed, yes. Prescribed. The first she was on Abilify, I think when she came in, and then they switched her to the longer acting injected medicine just to make it easier. But then she didn't like it because it hurt. The injection hurt.
And at least at Nicolay, she was brought in on an EM1 petition because she was hearing voices, correct?
Yes.
And she was seeing people who were not there. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, no other questions. Thank you.
Mr. Saunders, any further questions?
Just very briefly, the question about having a flat affect, about the reported hallucinations, about being brought in on a Chapter 51, that was upon admission into Nicolay, right?
Yes.
When she was testing positive for methamphetamine and other substances.
Right, substance use.
Thank you, Doctor.
Anything on those topics?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. You're excused.
I think I did forget to move 7, 8, 9, and 10.
Any objection to 7, 8, 9, and 10?
No objection.
Those will be received.
Thank you.
All right, doctor. Bye bye.
Your Honor, can I just make sure?
Well, no
things are going on in my head. Were all my exhibits offered and accepted?
Yes.
Okay. Exhibit 5, if it's not, I'll offer it.
Any objection to 5? Mr. Saunders?
No.
5 is received.
Thank you, Judge.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our lunch break now. It
Young and
is
Shirley.
5 after 12. I'm going to ask that you be back in the jury room no later than 1:15. I'd like to get underway right at that time. All rise for the jury.
So that's going to be 2:15 Eastern. Lunch break. Official return. So they have any more witnesses coming, or is that it for the defense? I don't think it's enough, honestly, man, to get her off not guilty by reason of insanity. Well, the other term is deficient.
I'm going to talk to my client, Your Honor, about whether I'm going to have her testify, but other than that, no.
Sure.
I may not have her testify. I have to talk to her.
Yeah, and I appreciate that, and that's something I wanted to cover because in my research, they tell judges that we don't necessarily have to make inquiry of a defendant at this phase, but it's best practice to do so, and far be it for me to try to avoid best practice. So I think I would undertake that qualification or that the colloquy with your client when we return and when you advise me whether you have other witnesses. If you're indicating after lunch that she would be your only witness and you don't intend to call her, then I'd have that colloquy before we bring the jury back in.
Okay, Your
Just so everybody knows that.
Thank you.
Then the other thing I want the parties to take a look at, I'm going to provide you after the lunch break, is the proposed jury instructions, and I want you to give some thought to how you want that laid out. My suggestion is that, and I'm open-minded on this, so I just want you to think about it, and you can certainly push back a little bit if you want. That I would give the at the conclusion of evidence, I would give the instruction 160 regarding closings. Then I would have you close. Then I would give a modified version of 100. That's the preliminary instruction indicating to the jurors that I'll instruct them upon the principles of the law, that they shouldn't use any impression that they may have of my thoughts in any way, and that they're to follow the instructions that I give them. So I propose to give a modified 100. I'll modify it over the lunch hour, give it to you. You can take a look at it, and your response might be, I don't want you to give that at all, or I want you to modify it differently, but that I would give 100. I might give 315, Mr. Freilich. That is the instruction that if your client chooses not to testify, I could certainly give that instruction again. Although this is a civil matter and I'm not sure that it's really necessary, but that is a possibility. Then I would give 640, which is mental disease or defect expert opinion testimony, and 605, which is the instruction, the base instruction on this proceeding, and then the jury would go into deliberations. That's what I would propose. I'll give you my draft of those instructions after lunch. You can think about it, and we can have further conversation then. Anything else before we break? Mr. Saunders?
No.
Mr. Freilich?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay. Then I'd ask you to be back in about an hour. That'll be 1:05. The jury will be back at 1:15. We can take up anything then. All right, we're in recess.
Thank you.
So 2:05 then. I don't know what you want from me. Real about that water. Taylor ain't playing about that water. I got some clips to look at to show you. So I'm gonna get Camila's thing, but real quick, did Taylor say I love you to daddy? Mo sent me this clip. Let's see something. I love you too. No, they said I love you to each other. I love you too. Hell now, ride or die forever. Love and loyalty. I love you. You love me. Let's have a family. Oh, pause. Shit. Hell no, bro. Hell to the no, no. Okay, let's see these other clips. Other clips. Okay, so we got these other two here. Texas chick. Mo, can you clip that for me so I can put it on Twitter? I don't know if you're watching. Oh no, St. Johnny relapse. Okay, so these other two clips, let's see.
Thank you.
Whoa. Yeah, no, that guy was a weirdo. People like he kept complaining about the game, which I guess some people don't like or whatever. You can block it if you want, but he kept trying to tell me how to do whatever to do. And then I said okay, like I left it alone at that. But then he keeps tagging me, and he said like game is distracting, people are engaged with the content, which is exactly what he's doing the entire time, complaining about the same shit.
Right there, they want their notepads back.
And then he said he's been a long time subscriber. We never seen you before until like a day ago or some shit. Fuck out of here. Constantly bitching and complaining. And then people like that, they try to take over the live chat and the stream and the mood. Fuck out of here. Go be by yourself. Gotta fuck up the mood and stuff. Completely distracted. We're trying to watch this opening statement and see what's going on with these people. It's your business.
Crazy, not try talking there.
Wait.
Oh.
So I'm going to overrule you.
What's it say? The devil shit? Oh, the gang sign?
Ask. Mr. Freilich, why don't you ask it again so that...
Damn, Mo gave me like the one letter response. Did I do something, Brad? Or are we good? The K. Any chick I've ever told, I know we're not like that, but they ever say K? The letter K, not even okay? We cool? Oh shit. Yeah, I have a couple clips to post for Twitter. The world of Twitter. I'm on Twitter. I'm a part of the Twitter community. Let's see here. Which one is this? Let's see. Ozzy says it's been debunked about JD. Yeah, I haven't looked into any of it. I saw something the other day, people mentioning it, talking about it. Oh, what's this? A construction crane partially collapsed in Midtown Manhattan on Wednesday morning, injuring 6 people. New York City officials said 4 civilians and 2 firefighters received minor. I saw the video of that. That shit was crazy. Amelia, thank you for tagging me. Yeah, I saw the video of that thing falling apart. I was wondering if somebody got hurt. It fell down from the sky. Oh, you did it while you're in Walmart? Oh, thank you, Mo. Let me see if I can post this. Don't you give me your... So what are we gonna do for lunch? I don't know. Should I take a break? Should I pull up, find something to watch? I feel good today, but should I give it another hour? I'll be slumped over, miserable, and
I love you too.
no! They said I love you to each other?
I love you too.
Hell now. Ride or die forever. Love and loyalty. All right. Said I love you. Yeah, that's some ride or die shit. I guess when you're a parent, you just love your child. They can do whatever. They can kill somebody, rape them, assault them, everything. I love you. I love you too. Man, I guess he's locked up for child sexual assault. So, I mean, you can't expect much, right? Keep it in the family and stuff. You make me proud. Took it to the next level. I mean, I'm not sure what's really particularly child thing, I guess, is worse, but not even really comparable. I love you too. Damn, bro, some wicked shit going on in this world. Take a break so you can clean. Keep getting kicked off of Twitter. You know, Maddie got banned off of Roblox the other day. I don't even know what she did. They banned her. Like, you make me proud. No, just kidding. I love you. You make me so proud. You got a 1-day ban. I don't know what's going on. This was, I think it was like last week. Bro, these algorithm systems are so sensitive and like, I don't know. She's like the sweetest little, girl. Banned. The fuck? What? And Silvio came in. He's like, "Oh yeah, just make another account." I'm like, "What?" He's like, "Oh yeah, you can make another account, no email. You just sign into some other account." I was like, "Oh okay." Oh my God. All right, let's find something. I don't know what. So these sites that are talking about Johnny Depp. What the hell is the UCAN Times? Yucatan Times. Is that a real news organization? Let's see. Yucatan. Hey, what's going on with Carly? Kind of hot here. Turn on the AC. Turn it down. Right? They got to get Maddie like a leather jacket now. Now she's gotten banned off of Roblox. She need a leather jacket and some sunglasses or some shit. Like, what is going on? What's the world come to? I want to get that. Sounds kind of dope, like a leather jacket. I want to get a leather jacket just cause. Carly Russell's attorney expects charges to be filed. Is it the same shit they've been talking about for days now, or what? 4 hours.
This case, I think, would be to deter anyone in the future from doing something.
Was it the good old boys? South Carolina talking about this shit?
Similar.
This is 2 days
It was all a hoax. New tonight through her attorney once.
Well, we are continuing to learn more information on the case of the Hoover woman who disappeared 2 weeks ago tomorrow.
Monday, the city's police chief read a statement by Carly Russell's attorney admitting the kidnapping was a hoax. And Tuesday, her attorney met with Hoover police. News 19's Kayla Smith joins us now. Kayla, what is Carly Russell's attorney saying?
Kelly, Steve, Carly Russell's attorney Emery Anthony told reporters after that meeting with Hoover police that he expects Carly to be charged in connection with her fake disappearance. 2 weeks ago tomorrow, Carly Russell called 911 saying she was following a toddler walking alone along Interstate 459. Police found Russell's car along with her Apple Watch and phone on the side of the road. Russell returned home alone and on foot 49 hours later, saying she had been kidnapped by an unidentified man. Hoover police questioned several aspects of the case, like Russell's claims to have followed the child more than 600 yards along the interstate and her Google searches leading up to her disappearance.
Nothing's the same bullshit.
Care of, but it was a great meeting, action game, as they say.
We talked about that days ago. Carly Russell, Carly. We should have Down the Rabbit Hole News be the entertainment for lunch. Oh, they just posted it to Court TV. I love my daughter. I can post that on as a story to YouTube.
Okay. Sir, if you could stay standing and turn and face her, and as best you can, raise your right hand.
Do solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in the matter now before the court, so help you God.
I do.
Please have a seat and state your name for the record.
Arturo Coronado.
Okay, Mr. Freilich, the witness is yours.
Thank you. Mr. Coronado, good morning.
Good morning.
Sir, how old are you?
51.
What is your date of birth?
5/24/72.
Oh, it's not even on the screen, huh?
Are you currently married, sir?
I am not.
16, 17 vaccinations or anything?
Was doing pretty well, and then she...
Thank you. You can step down.
I love you.
I love you too.
Aww.
Take care of them.
I bet there's people out there. Wait, what do you say? I'm gonna get you out or something? What?
I love you too. Go Paris. Take Carol.
What's that? Go Paris or something? Who? Was some code between murderers or some shit? What?
I love you too. Go Paris. Carol.
Next witness, Mr. Fred.
That's crazy, bro. You do kind of have to look into her upbringing. You shitty people, right? Who knows what kind of upbringing she had? Not to excuse, still not an excuse the shit she did, but you start seeing the apple doesn't fall far from the tree, right? Go Bears, go Packers. Oh, hell no. Is that what they talking about football? Oh. Live in Green Bay territory and Bear fan. That's crazy. No. Yeah, maybe it's some type of code or something. Is that te quiero? I didn't really. I wasn't listening for Spanish. Oh, I love you, Dad. I love you too. I'm gonna post this little rant thing too on Twitter, the world of Twitter. Which one was it? This one?
Thank you.
Whoa.
Yeah, no, that guy was a weirdo.
All right, let's do this one. Post it on Twitter. Post Twitter content for the little bit of people I have there. During Taylor Schabusiness trial. I posted a bunch of little clips. That's good. Just feed it to the Twitter algorithm so they can pull it up years later and cancel me or whatever. No, I don't think there's anything bad on it. I don't think I really truly have anything really bad or whatever. I don't think I do. I mean, I don't know. Who knows? We'll find out in the future. Sammy, she has the oddest facial expressions. Have you talked about the North Carolina woman, Alicia Watts? So, no, I haven't talked about it. I saw that Rabbit's talking about it. I don't know anything about it. Let's see. What's the name? Alicia Watts. Let's find a little clip on it. Maybe we can see what's going on with that. Find a little clip, see what everybody's talking about. Whenever this trial is over, I'll start jumping on stories here and there. Maybe this could be one. Was there a news conference? News conference on Alicia Watts' disappearance. So, sometimes I'm a little iffy about covering a bunch of stories on live because those are stories we could cover for. But I'll probably, who knows? I'll do it. Let's see. We'll just talk about it. Because there's a bunch of clips that I've played during these trials that I'm like, damn, I could clip it and post it to YouTube. Like that baby or that mother tried to hire a hitman. That live stream was pretty funny. That website, I thought it was hilarious. I've been meaning to clip that. Alicia Watts, let's see, press conference. We can watch that. "40 minutes. Okay, that could take the whole damn thing.
When we make the news make sense, to lay an egg.
They posted a bunch of commercials. Skip to it. Okay, there it is.
And we need, and this family.
Racial injustice. What's going on with this? All right, let's get the basics first before we jump to the racial stuff. Let's see. Missing. Does it have to do with race? Missing North. I just need to hear the actual details. Let's see. North Carolina woman. Family and friends of missing North Carolina woman Alicia Watts gathered in an Uptown Wednesday to demand answers from law enforcement in the search for the 39-year-old who hasn't been seen or heard from since making a trip to Charlotte earlier this month. We don't know nothing. A cousin of Watts said that's the problem. What we know is the what we know is when the public finds out. That's why we're here. Leaders from the Racial Justice Network led a press conference with the group, which chartered a bus from Southern Pines, where Watts is from. Her Mercedes-Benz SUV was found by state troopers at a Department of Motor Vehicles office, interesting, in Anson County on July 18th, 2 days after she was reported missing. 2 days after she was reported missing, her vehicle was found. The vehicle was towed to the Charlotte. Maybe I'll show you guys too if you want to look up with me. Okay. The vehicle was towed to the Charlotte Mecklenburg Police Headquarters so detectives could search for evidence. A man identified as her boyfriend, James Dunmore, was found unresponsive in the vehicle. Ooh, that's weird. And taken to the hospital. Investigators say there's still no signs of Watts' whereabouts. So unresponsive in the vehicle. What the F? Detective said if Dunmore is considered a suspect in the case. Okay, they have not said if he's considered a suspect in the case or if any charges are expected. Her friends and family told WCNC Charlotte that Dunmore had a live-in girlfriend who moved out. They also said that they saw red flags upon meeting Dunmore. What? This sounds like some kind of like drama stuff too, and this, at the same time, personal. So this woman goes missing. Her vehicle is found 2 days after she was reported missing, July 18th. She was reported missing July 16th. The vehicle was towed. Then the man identified as her boyfriend, James Dunmore, was found unresponsive in the vehicle. They towed him in the vehicle? I'm trying to understand this. Was he towed and shit? They towed his body in the vehicle unresponsive? Or no, maybe when they went to go get the vehicle, they found him unresponsive. All right. And was taken to the hospital. Investigators said there's no signs of Watts' whereabouts. So this guy, they definitely need to question this guy. He has to know something. They haven't said if he's considered a suspect in the case or not. But not only that, so this guy Dunmore also had a live-in girlfriend, which I'm assuming is somebody else because they haven't referenced Watts, who moved out. They also said that they saw red flags upon meeting Dunmore. There were several things he would say or do to us that were controlling, but to her it was, he loves me. Lauren Blue, Watts' longtime friend, said. Hill had a similar impression. He came off as a weird individual. Also, is he a weirdo? They're talking about the boyfriend, Dunmore? His eyes, my sister, when she see him, the first thing that came out her mouth was he got sneaky eyes. Oh, shit. So this is weird. This is a weird one for sure. Let's see. Maybe we can see some video of this family and friends talking. There's a lot of, and then we'll do the press conference. I just wanted to get like some of the basic details before.
Here with new details on a woman missing from Moore County after CMPD says she was last seen July 16th, leaving a home in Charlotte. The car belonging to Alicia Watts, authorities say, was found in Anson County with an unresponsive man inside. Some loved ones believe investigators actually need to look into his previous relationships. WCNC Charlotte's Jane Monreal is joining us live from CMPD headquarters. Jane, what have you learned on this front today?
Well, Vanessa, authorities say that the man inside that car in Anson County is James Dunmore. We're still working to learn his condition tonight. In the meantime, friends and family say that he is someone to watch. And what you are about to see here, we are covering his face because he has not been charged with anything. In the meantime, we're told that the 39-year-old woman who worked and is from Moore County, she was just a few months into dating Dunmore, so she often made that trip to the Queen City.
Lauren Blue, one of Alicia Watts' closest friends, remembers meeting Dunmore, saying it was nice to see her friend happy, but admits she saw a red flag.
Oh, man. So it's looking really sus with this guy, I guess. Even though he hasn't been charged or named. But she got weirdo vibes from the guy.
So that's what we want, is for her to find love. But we had our reservations.
we had our red flags that we saw, and we communicated it to her.
She says she only met him a few weeks ago.
Different things he would say or do was, to us, controlling, but to her, it was, he loves me.
Her cousin with a similar impression.
He came off as a weird individual.
Oh, wow. Everybody's saying this guy's weird. Oh.
To me, his eyes, my sister, when she seen him, first thing that come out of her mouth is he looked like he got sneaky eyes.
The two women, part of a larger group of friends and family who chartered a bus from Southern Pines Thursday. They arrived at CMPD for a press conference put on by the National Racial Justice Network for Civil Rights. Next, a ride up to Dunmore's neighborhood.
So I guess they're just supporting the family. Maybe they're not saying obviously it has anything to do with race, but they're just helping out this family.
With the purpose of doing what they can to find answers, resorting to prayers.
And Father God, cover her.
The turnout, a testament to Alicia's network.
She's a businesswoman. She owns her own mental health agency in Siler City, and she's been doing that over 16 years, so that can just tell you the type of person she is. She wants to help people.
Again, it is important to note that Dunmore has not been named as a suspect in this case in his disappearance. We also do not know if police have questioned him yet. Now, the group planning to go to Anson County, since that is where Alicia's car was discovered. Anson.
I don't know. It sounds bad. And I wonder what this guy was unconscious from. Right? I have like a bad feeling like this guy maybe did something to himself. He drank his ass off, or maybe took some shit, maybe in guilt or something. You know, as people they try to end themselves. I can't have you, nobody can. They just want to end themselves, end you in themselves type of shit. I don't know. Okay, I guess what I'll do is I'll play the press conference. I mean, I could have did a whole live stream on this, really, honestly. But yeah, we'll play this. I'm gonna just step away to use the restroom, and I think maybe get a little caffeine. I'm just gonna go stretch my legs a little bit. I feel pretty good so far for today. It's usually kind of like, I mean, the other day it was early on that I felt really kind of, I don't know why I was dragging, but today I feel somewhat better, I think. But who knows? Because today could last a while. It could go. We could maybe be here 10 hours. For Facebook people and Twitch, what I'll do is when we get to the 8 hour, if we get to the 8 hour mark, I'll just start a new stream. So you guys can continue watching if we have hit 8 hours. I know yesterday I ducked off and I didn't come back. It's like a mental note that I have to make to go restart the connection. Let me see what we got on Facebook. Quick. All right, we got 50 people there. My pre-sent things. Oh, they got oh, you know what? The Ethan Crumley thing's going on too. Oh, let me see something, because I mean, I really could save this for another live stream or something, depending on how this turns out, because by tomorrow this whole thing could be unraveled and be done, really. Effing loser, toilet business. Dad says drugs. Ethan Crumley, let me see. Ethan Crumley's live. My boy looking like a weirdo. Well, yeah, that whole thing is kind of hard, kind of controversial. Oxford Crumley's life without parole review. Let me see, have they talked at all? Oh, it's just started? Oh no, it's been going on for an hour. Let's get a glimpse of Ethan. There's Ethan. Damn, that boy growing up quick too. I felt like he was just like a little small kid when I saw him when we first started talking about this shit. Those GMO hormones and life taking a toll on his ass. Oh, okay, we missed quite a bit. Oh, they got the video of him. Well, we've seen the picture actually. We have seen this picture. Hold on a second. That I don't think that I've seen. Ethan and James Crumley both got handguns this week, testing them out. Ooh, they pulled out more shit on the kid. I feel like some of the stuff we saw previously, I don't know. They got the bullet range thing. Oh,
the gun down when she's.
I don't remember if we saw the video before or we just saw the screenshots. We've seen this before, I think, right? Mom over here training son.
More experienced looking shooting stance.
Yeah, experienced and more confident looking shooting stances, Ethan, for sure.
Damn, they over here even commenting. We could come back sometime and watch this shit. I thought that the mother was doing it. She said she was doing it for him or something, trying to like, because he was all being weird and shit. So let's help him out by training him with a gun and shit. It's like a pastime to do something together. Mother son. See how Ethan shoots.
At this point in the video, the defendant's mother actually calls the defendant over to retrieve the magazine.
Yes. So she sets the gun down when she's done.
Ethan's a school shooter.
Whereas the defendant, properly unloaded it, left it down.
There's a whole bunch of drama with this shit.
Times throughout the surveillance video shows the defendant's mother asking the defendant for help.
Yeah. See, here's she's still unsure about how to grip the firearm. She's putting her thumb around
There's mama over here, mama and son shooting together.
her wrist, and he's showing her, no, your thumbs forward.
Oh, they're in court today and tomorrow. Shit, maybe
Two
we'll
hands
do that.
on the gun, thumbs forward.
Ethan over here giving her tips and shit. Hold it like this, mom. Pull it back. Wow. Yeah, you can tell she's not really as comfortable. Let's see Ethan shooting real quick.
27, exhibit number identified and
More like a pro.
Into the pistol and chambering around, basically loading the gun.
That's pretty eerie to see, though, I guess. Almost look like he's smiling a little bit or grinning.
as you watch the defendant shoot this firearm on November the 27th, 2021, tell me what comes to mind.
The most interesting thing to me is that obviously this is the first time he just bought this gun, so presumably this is either one of the first times.
This is interesting. I don't know. It looks like they have a lot of. This is something at least we get to see pictures and maps and videos. It's kind of well presented. There's Ethan.
Familiar.
Shit, I don't even know if I want to cover. Oh, it's over already too. I'm kind of being a little choosy what I played during lunch because these are topics we can cover for another live stream. Tammy Morell, thank you for the super chat. Says 39-year-old black businesswoman disappeared last week. The family is beside themselves because Charlotte police won't give them any info. Family begging for national media to pick up the story. Thanks. We were just talking about that actually. You talking about Alicia Watts? Yeah, we talked a little bit about her and some seems like some weirdo guy that she was with. They were dating temporarily, and her family and friends are saying the guy was weird. Honestly, like when we're doing these trial live streams, I like to cover these little stories and talk about it, but this is not how you really spread the attention because it's better done separately. You know what I mean? Like an actual title and like a thumbnail, and like we're here to talk about this. Because when we do these topics on these 10-hour streams, it gets lost and nobody sees it really besides the people that are here right now, you know. So that's why I was kind of a little hesitant because I'd actually like to leave it for a dedicated live stream. You know what I mean? Know what I mean? But I mean, if you want, I guess if you want, I can play this. You can, unless you want to wait till we give it its own actual dedicated time. Stream, but like this thing is probably this could potentially unravel fast once they talk to that boyfriend or whatever, that guy. I don't know the story and I don't want to like implicate the guy, but it looks pretty sus so far, you know. It looks really, really sus given what people are saying about him. We have to wait and see. I guess he's passed out or something. Exactly what happened to the guy, I don't know. Jeff H. That's true. Jeff H, thank you for the super chat. Says a car gets you to Walmart, but a car in the wrong hands. Daryl Brooks, same with a gun in the wrong hands. Yeah. I think that the Ethan thing was kind of interesting because they ruled, right, I thought they ruled to charge the parents to hold them accountable as well, which is kind of like setting a precedent. I don't know what happened of that though. Are they still going to trial, or did they decide not to? The last thing I checked was like they decided that they were going to. The Ethan Crumley thing, so we missed today. They're going to do it tomorrow as well. We could do one day where we'd go like 4 hours, 5 hours and just watch they hold both pieces together. I don't know. I mean, it's better to catch it while it's happening. But honestly, with this trial, I don't know if it's going to be over today or if it's going to hang into tomorrow, because I think the judge is trying to get it done today, but it could go into tomorrow. It depends on how long the jury takes to deliberate. Because even the defense was trying to say earlier, like, oh, maybe we should take lunch now. And he was like, no, you can finish. He wanted him to finish. I don't know what happens when we come back. I don't know if it's the prosecution. Oh, no. So when we come back, they have to decide. The judge gave the defense an option again to be like, if she wants to speak, wants to testify on behalf of herself, which I doubt. I doubt that's going to happen. I think she would get buried if she does. Then they have to go back to the prosecution, I think. They go back to the prosecution, I think, right? If they, I would think that they're going to bring at least one doctor to counteract maybe everything that this doctor said. And then I don't know if the defense gets a rebuttal. I think usually they get a rebuttal, right? Or something. Some type of, like, after the cross, then there's a rebuttal, maybe. I don't know. And then jury instructions, which it sounds like it's going to be kind of simpler than yesterday's jury instructions. And then verdict. Kusi Bandana says, just like alcohol in other regions of the world, taught how to handle at a young age, less likely to abuse or misuse. Do they do that? They teach younger people how to use it? Here, Timmy, have a sip. I was kidding. We got 30 minutes. I'll play this, maybe. I'll play this.
And we want to offer prayer for the family and friends first. So we all.
Oh, and if you guys could hit the like button on the stream, again, I'd appreciate that. Just trying to remind people. Tammy, thank you for the super chat. Says she has the oddest facial expressions. Have you talk about Alicia Watts? And then I got both your super chats. Yes, we mentioned it. If when this trial is over, if it's still going, we'll cover it. Thank you so much, Linda, on Facebook. I'm sorry I didn't see that until now. Thank you for the stars. Appreciate that. That was nice of you. Level Up Jess, thank you for the membership. Ashley, thank you for the membership. D. Lana, thank you for the membership. Melissa, 8 months. 8-month membership. 8 months have passed by super fast. You make it fun, Mel. And you know what to say. Time flies when you have time. I can't believe the time. Time has been going. This year, every year, the older I get, the faster time seems to go. Maggie J, thank you for the super chat. Says 9 months. We bipolar people get blamed for everything. You guys are the Trump of the mental health. Lilac Peach, thank you for the super chat. Yeah, I don't know what was up with that Cash App thing. I think I changed it. I might have to update the links. I'm gonna play some of this. Let me go. I'm gonna step away to use the restroom.
All hits, please.
Fix the volume.
Father God, we thank you, and we thank you for life, Father God. We thank you for the people that came near and far, who love Alicia and want to see her well-being. Father God, we ask you for an answer. We need an answer for this family. Father God, we need an answer for her friends. We know that you sit high and you look low and you see all things. And we thank you, Father God. You, the creator of this world, You know exactly where Alicia is. So we ask you, Father God, to pour your spirit upon this police department that they may do more. We need you, Father God. We depend on you, Father God. In the name of Jesus Christ, we pray. Amen. Amen. This occasion is a very sad occasion. Too often, Black females become missing and they do not have the attention like a white female have. So we are here today to send a strong message to Charlotte-Mecklenburg Police Department that we want that same attention. Yes. Why I'm saying that is because they are not telling us anything. We want to know where Alicia is. We want to know the last place they know that she may have been. So we may be able to search if we need to be so. We want to be able to put a team together to look for her. She's well loved in their hometown. As you can see, they chartered a bus to come here and said they want to know where Alicia is. And we want to know where Alicia is. Police department, we need answers, and we need answers now so we can do what we have to do. We have a lot of families and friends who came far. You can see the love that is poured out for her. So we need answers, and we need it now. We're going to allow some of the family and friends members to speak about her.
My name is Lyran Blue, and Alicia Watts is one of my best friends. We just need answers. There's too many loopholes. There's too many unanswered questions that we have. We just need to know where's the last place that they know she was at. Where's the last place that they know her, her phone. We now know where they found her car and the unresponsive man in the car, but where is he? Where is Alicia? Where is Alicia? No, they're not telling us anything. And we want everybody to know that Alicia, she's not just some missing person. She's an important person to all of us. She's a daughter. She's a sister. She's an aunt. She's a best friend. She's a business owner. She's involved in several organizations in our community. She's a person with a huge heart who would do anything for anybody, a stranger or anybody that she knows. And so we can hear for answers today because we want to know how we can help find our friend, our sister, our daughter. And we just need answers. We need them to come forth and tell us something so that we can help because they're being silent and not saying anything. And it's been too many days now for them not to give us information or for them not to be actively doing something that we as our family and friends know that they're doing. So we just need help to find Alicia Watts.
I'm Patigas Hill. I am a cousin of Alicia. We lived together during middle school, pretty much all the way up to high school, me, her, and my two sisters. And Alicia is the most bubbliest person that you could ever come across. Her smile, just her smile alone, it just does it for everyone. Alicia she motivates you, she pushes you so far, so hard that you be like, Alicia, I can't do it. She be like, yes, she can. She pulls out things in you that you don't even know you have in yourself. Yes. Yes. And we need her. Yes. We need her, and we need her home. We need answers. We love her, and we're not going to stop until we find her. Alicia, we love you. Find Alicia Watts.
Come up to that.
My name is Brandy Sturdivant, and I'm a best friend of Alicia. I've been knowing her for well over 20 years, and I'm here today in search of her. And We need answers from the police department, and if we're not going to get no answers, then we're going to do it ourselves.
Amen.
Because we don't have no other choice right now. Our friend, our loved one is missing, and we're not getting no answers from the police. But we're here to start our own search. We're going to start our own organization. We're going to do what we got to do to find her, because this is ridiculous. The fact that no one's told us anything where she's at. But now, since we got everybody here, we're going to do what we need to go to do. Alicia was a loving person. She was kind. She cared for everybody. She would give anything and everything that she had to help somebody, and she was a huge motivator. She's motivated me to do so many things and to reach goals that I didn't think that I could accomplish. And we're here today with friends and family to find her and to bring her home. And I know Alicia was a God-fearing person, and I know deep in my heart that she is still waiting on us, waiting for us to find her.
Yes.
And please, if anybody has any answers, any clues or anything, please reach out to the Mecklenburg Police Department, Anson County, anywhere, please, because we need to find her. Please, everybody, please. And I just want everybody to keep her in your prayers and know that, Alicia, you're coming home and we're going to find you.
Yeah.
And I'm not going to stop. I don't care if it takes 6 months, 6 years. We're going to find her, and she's going to come home to everybody that loves her. Please, everybody, just keep her in your prayers. Please, please. Thank you.
Her sister is here, but she's pretty upset. She's in the back crying. She don't want to come, and we can understand that. She is very emotional. I want to give an 800 number out for anybody who knows something about Alicia or what happened to her. This is the Civil Rights Organization 800 number, and it's manned 24 hours. And that number is 1-800-694-1981. I'm going to say it again. Anyone knows something around the world, please call this 800 number, 1-800-694-1981. Now we're going to hear from the regional director from Charlotte.
My name is Dearest Price, D-E-A-R-E-S-T P-R-I-C-E. I'm the regional manager for the Racial Justice Network, in which we're establishing a chapter out here. I won't be long before you. I came prepared because I'm tired of this. I came prepared because just on yesterday, I was at the same courthouse dealing with buffoonery and how Black women are treated, not only in the city of Charlotte, but nationally. This should be on national news. This should be on every network right now. Just as you did Shanquilla Robinson, just as you did Carly Russell. This should be going on, and we shouldn't have to beg for it. We shouldn't have to beg to be seen. We shouldn't have to beg to speak. We shouldn't have to beg to be heard. Power to the people. I literally begged God to sit on my tongue so that everything I said today would be in the absence of anger and frustration. But I can't. I am exhausted. This is a similar story with a unique person. I don't want to put her in the category with everyone else. This is a similar story with someone who was beloved, an entrepreneur, someone who was revered in her community. And what I want to do first and foremost is I want to give solutions, because I don't want to get up here preaching to you. I don't want to get up here and shouting to you. Number one, Sheriff McFadden, you need to have a meeting with us right now. The national chapter of the Racial Justice Network is here in Charlotte. We need to see you today. We need to sit at the table. We need to know what's going on today about this young lady.
They need to ask that guy that's unconscious and shit, pull his ass out of or wake his ass up, give him some adrenaline, whatever they put out. They need to ask his ass and protest his ass. No, I'm just kidding. I don't. That guy seems kind of. All right, I'll keep playing it.
Step number 2. All you people who use social media, all you people who do Facebook and Instagram, let's stop using it for buffoonery and let's make her face on your profile. Because the only way we're going to get some acknowledgement to this is if we put our voices together. We can't do this alone. Step 3, what we need to do is we need to get this happening every week until she is found. This does not need to be a one-day rally. Next week, news media, you need to be out here. Next week, news media, you should be making sure that it's being handled. Next week, we need to still be discussing why this is happening to Black women constantly. I am infuriated. I know what the DA is up to. I know what Sheriff McFadden does. I know the capabilities of Charlotte. And right now, last but not least, we need to call names. And as I said, I'm not political. I'm not running for office. I don't care what you think about me. I don't need to be your friend. We need to just bring this young lady home. So what we need to know, Sheriff McFadden, what is going on with, his name is Dunmore. Hold on, let me get the name right. What is it? James Dunmore. James Dunmore. James Dunmore, come forward. James Dunmore, tell us what's going on. Stop playing these games. James Dunmore, where is this young lady? James Dunmore, we need to know some answers. James Dunmore, I need to see you face to face. James Dunmore, man up. Man up. As I said, you have the answers. You was last with her. As I said, I'm not political. As I said, I am just the regional manager for the Racial Justice Network here in Charlotte. If you need to get involved, please reach out today. Sheriff McFadden, I expect to hear from you. All right.
We have some more family members that would like to come and speak, but before they come, I want to make one correction to what my regional president said. We're directing this at Chief Jennings, not at the sheriff. We're directing this at Chief Jennings. I am Dorothy Brower. I was on the bus from Southern Pines today. This is just a small sample of people who Alicia has touched that are expecting us to come back with information. We want to come back with Alicia. What you have heard here is just a sampling, and my sister said it all. We want facts. We don't want one story today and a conflicting story tomorrow. Whether someone is a person of interest today and all of a sudden not a person of interest tomorrow, that is not acceptable. We know Alicia as a person who is smart. She is very accountable. There's no way she would be without us and not in our presence, not even for a day without making contact. So this young lady is one that is not one who was in the streets. She is doing something very good for the public in her business. Everyone here has been touched by her in some way. And we all have our stories of her. She is the corresponding secretary for the Auxiliary Unit 177 of the American Legion Post, Rufus McLaughlin American Legion Post in Southern Pines. But that's not all that she does. Anything that she can do for the Land and Housing Trust that she is a board member of, the NAACP, the Community Association, and more recently, forming a section of the National Council of Negro Women because she believes that Black women need to be united, not only in our county, but around the country. So Black women stand together today to ask, where's our sister? We want our sister home, and we want accountability. We have shown our commitment as she would have shown for us. If it were me, she would be here today. She would have been here yesterday, last week. So we are here because Alicia, we are bringing you home. But those who have closed minds and closed mouths need to speak. There's a manner in which the police and anyone else can get people to speak. It needs to be done. We need Alicia today.
Morning, folks. My name is Arthur Eugene Mason. I'm from Southern Pines, North Carolina it is. And I'm a member out at the American Legion, Post 177, Rufus McLaughlin. And Alicia was one of our best best people out there, and she still is, and she helped get things done. She stepped in, running and doing things and bringing people into the organization that we didn't have. Now, she's not here right now, and this is the reason I'm here, because she's not here. I came down with the bus, and if I have to, I'll come down with the bus again, because Sheriff McFadden, just like it's been said already, we need answers, and we need answers now. You do not find somebody in a vehicle unresponsive, and you do not thoroughly investigate it and come back and give a report to the family. This is very unacceptable. So Sheriff McFadden, we need answers, and we need answers today. Help us and do this for us.
My name is Dina Wade. I am a friend of Alicia. She was more like a daughter to the whole community. In 2013, we started this organization because we care. Ever since then, Alicia has been pulling all over Moore County for everyone. And we need Alicia back to keep us together, because she kept everything together in Moore County. So we need answers. We need her home. And that's why we are here. Because it's like they said, she would be here for us, so we are here standing for her today. So please bring Alicia home. Thank you.
My name is Anthony McCauley. I'm a community advocate in Moore County, and I'm here representing to let you know that Alicia is amazing. She's a mentor. I met her doing some community schooling, mentoring, as well as a few weeks ago we were all together. And my plea is to call out James Dunmore. I want to know where you are, young man. I want you to come forward and let us know where our sister is. Let us know where Alicia is. Mr. James Dunmore. I've been in some things in my life, and I know for a fact that they know what to do to get you to talk. Okay? So James Dunmore, show your face. Tell us what's going on with Alicia. Tell us what's going on with Alicia. Hashtag find Alicia Watts.
As he said, the hashtag is find Alicia Watts. We need answers, and we need answers today. So we're saying to the chief or anyone in law enforcement, put yourself in Alicia Watts' family shoes. Imagine this was your loved one. Imagine your child didn't come home. Imagine you didn't know where your mother was at. We need answers, and we need answers today. The Racial Justice Network is here to stay. We're not going anywhere. We have an 800 number that will accept tips all day long, 24/7. Media, I'm asking you, please make sure you insert that in your coverage. 1-800-694-1981. Please don't hesitate to call in tips if you know anything about where Alicia Watts is. It doesn't matter how big or how small, because that small piece of information could be what we actually need in order to locate her. And that tip line isn't just for Alicia Watts, it's also a gun violence prevention hotline. It's also a police accountability hotline. It's whatever the community needs, because we go around this nation meeting the needs of the community. As we said, we do have a chapter here in Charlotte, and we're boots on the ground 24/7. Any type of issues that are going on in the community, please, we ask the community, please do not hesitate to contact us. Alicia Watts' life matters. She matters to her community. This press conference was known all over. It should be far too many more people here. Law enforcement should be here. Law enforcement was well aware of this press conference, so they could have been here. So it makes me wonder, the only excuse that I can accept them not being here is if they're out actually actively working Alicia Watts' case. The family and friends should not have to wait until the media covers the story in order to get answers. The chief should contact them so that they can get answers immediately. No one is going to save us. We have to save ourselves. And I'm not even dependent on law enforcement to save us. We're going to save ourselves.
What I missed, guys? Oh, I thought they were back. What happened? 1:15. All right. Yeah, I finally brewed some coffee. So what did I miss? Oh, they're back. What did I miss? Were they say he's unresponsive in the hospital with a boyfriend. It was pretty emotional, right? Pretty upset. I think that I don't know, the boyfriend thing's kind of sus. Wait, what's this? No sound? We can't hear it. Where's the volume? They don't have any volume on there. It's muted for them. Oh, they're just talking with each other. All right. You heard it, guys. Black people only. Good luck, y'all. What did they say? Only black people. They seem, because I took a little break. I wanted to kind of like reset a little bit, so I didn't get to hear what they were gonna say. And anyway, it's probably better I did it, so I can do a whole live stream on it. But the boyfriend seems kind of sus to me. I mean, I don't know. Or at least he should have some answers. They yelled at us for help, and then they turned around and said they don't need us, the public. Really? Shit. This coffee is good. I don't have any creamer. Dr. Edward Moskowitz sent me the coffee stuff. I finally got the filter, so this is one of them. Tim Hortons French Vanilla. There's two other ones that are really good in the cabinet. I drink some little coffee. So what they say? F y'all, we don't need your help. Okay. We'll still cover it, but we'll still cover it. We'll cover it. Ooh. Half and half. Made with real milk and cream. I just put some milk in this, like gangster organic milk. The pan dulce, pan con dulce. I don't have any of that. That sounds really good though. I was when I tried Tim Hortons. Tim Hortons, I mean, you meant. Bum, 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 bum. There's an article Isha was detailing timeline. Oh no, cheeks! No, don't say that. The Carly effect. Yeah, you did. A white guy with red hair or something. Yeah, I think we'll still cover it. I mean, it'll be interesting. I think everybody's kind of in an uproar too because of the Carly thing. So now, like every story deserves attention, but you can't force the public to. You can try. All you can do is go out and advocate or share a story or whatever. But because of that, because of the Carly thing, now everybody's kind of like, you got to do this now. You got to do it. You're not doing it because of this. Wow. Taylor Swift. Is that how she started from? Started from the bottom. Now we're here. I guess 215 instead of 205, but raining outside too. Cloudy and rainy. Perfect weather for streaming. Camila. That looks good. So yeah, this girl is found safe. Alicia. Don't know really what happened to her. Missing team found safe.
Anybody hurt you in any way?
No, no one hurt me.
That's 18-year-old Alicia Navarro speaking with police after going missing nearly 4 years ago. Police say she is safe, healthy, and alive.
For everyone who has missing loved ones, I want you to use this case as an example that miracles do exist and never lose hope and always fight.
Alicia's mother took to social media to express her gratitude. In September 2019, Alicia was only 14 when her parents found a note.
Yeah, she said, I ran away. I will be back. I swear, I'm sorry.
In her bedroom saying she ran away, she would be back, and she was sorry. Then she miraculously appeared this week.
She showed up to
It's a miracle. Jesus is alive. Or, I don't know, however you see it.
To a police department. She identified herself as Alicia Navarro, and she basically asked for help to clear her off of a missing juvenile list.
Alicia is now 18 years old. At this point, police say they don't know how she got to Montana or if she's been with anyone during this time, but she did arrive to the police station alone. They say she has been extremely cooperative and is apologetic for what she put her mother through.
But every indication she's given us so far is that she willfully left her home.
Yeah. I know. I mean, I don't know, bro. This happens all the time. That doesn't mean there's people out there that don't get kidnapped or murdered, but this also happens too all the time. Well, you know, Jesus, the miracle. I guess she decided to come back home. So I'm glad she decided to come back home and let everybody know she's alive. I guess, you know, she's okay.
Her own free will and choice. Now, the dynamics surrounding that decision are obviously something that we're looking into.
Police say this case is far from over. No one is facing any charges right now, but there are still so many questions. They say Alicia is asking for privacy for her and her family, and as far as what's next for her.
She's expressed a desire to move forward in life and do the things that a normal, healthy adult would do.
And I want to thank the community and God for all that you have done.
That's what I was saying too. Sometimes with these missing person cases, where the person just shows up and comes back or for whatever happened, you know, you're lucky we even get this, really, because a lot of times they'll just say we want our privacy and that's it, and boom, so you never really know what happened, you know.
Now, police say Alicia is still in Montana with local police and Glendale investigators who went out there. Now, this news is giving other Valley families with missing loved ones some hope. Daniel Robinson went missing in 2021. His dad took to Twitter today saying he is very happy Alicia was found and said this brings a renewed hope to other cases.
That Daniel one is really sus too, though. I mean, that one, I don't know. There was all kind of rumors with that. I don't know. I don't think that guy left on his own, but there was some weird stuff. He was messaging some lady. I did a video about it. It was very, very weird. I don't know. Yeah.
Including Daniel's. In the newsroom, I'm Holly Bach for Arizona's Family.
And I'm sure.
Yeah. Alicia. That's a good article to have. All right, so we're past the time they said they were going to come back. Boom, 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 boom. Yeah, she showed up after 18 years old. So, I mean, that's another thing that people were talking about, that it seems like that was intentional. So I'm 18 and can't really... I mean, the cops can question her, of course, but she can do whatever she wants to do now, you know? I mean, yeah, it is unfortunate for people that do that. Who knows what their life's home situation was? But yeah, it takes away from people that are actually kidnapped, you know? I mean, she did leave a note saying she was running away, but sometimes, too, that's a little, you never really know with those, you know? I mean, she literally said, I ran away, you know? Oh, so this is the guy, a pic of her and her boyfriend, James Dunmore. I won't put his picture out at the moment because they haven't released it, I guess. But thank you, though, for sending me that. We'll see what today brings us because there's a lot of other stories going on. We can jump in. You know, I was going to say 1 hour streams, but normally it's like 2. It never really stays to 1 hour, really, but in the rare occasions. But like, jump in and do some other stories. The next trial.
Okay, we're back on the record. I'm going to turn to you, Mr. Freilich. First of all, other than potentially your clients, do you have any other witnesses?
I do not, Your Honor.
Okay, and then have you had an opportunity to speak with your client about her testimony at this phase of the trial?
Yes, Your Honor. I spent extra time with my client, Ms. Schuabusiness. We talked about her right to testify at phase 2 of this proceeding, the NGI phase of the proceeding. She understands what that means. She understands that she could take the witness stand and answer questions and testify about various topics. I've also explained to her that she has a right not to testify, that she doesn't have to get up on the witness stand, that she can stay at counsel table and remain silent. That's her right. That's her choice. I gave her time to think about it, to reflect on it. She had questions. I answered those questions. We had a good dialogue and conversation on this particular topic. She's advised me that she wishes to waive her right to testify. She's not going to take the witness stand.
Mr. Business, your attorney tells me that you choose not to testify at this phase. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. You understand that you have a right to testify, and you also have a right not to testify. And if you don't testify, your choosing not to testify can't be used against you. Do you understand that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. You understand those rights belong not to Mr. Freilich. They don't belong to me. They don't belong to the state. Those rights are yours and yours alone. Do you understand that?
I do.
Do you feel you need any more time to talk to Mr. Freilich about this decision?
No, I don't.
And it's your decision not to testify here today. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Any further inquiry the state would like me to make regarding that?
No, thank you.
Mr. Freilich, any further inquiry you'd like me to make regarding that issue?
Only if the court would inquire as to whether she felt any pressure or coercion in order to make this decision.
Mr. Business, do you feel you've had any pressure by anybody or coercion to make this choice?
No.
Okay.
The attorney's just trying to cover
I'm
himself.
satisfied that Mr. Business understands her rights. She's had a full opportunity to speak with her attorney about it. And she's made a choice here today, freely and voluntarily, not to testify at this phase of the trial. And I'm going to accept that, and we are going to move forward. So I think how the matter would unfold then is when the jury comes back in, I'll ask Mr. Freilich if he has any further witnesses to call. Based upon what I've heard, the answer will be no, the defense rests, and then we would move to the state. And as I'm presuming the state is ready to call its first witness.
Yeah.
Okay. And then
one witness.
I did want to place on the record because I was advised that when we excused Dr. Layton, we weren't on the record, but there was no objection to Dr. Layton. It's too late now. Both parties indicated there was no objection to her being excused, and that's what I did. Is that correct, Mr. Freilich?
That's accurate.
And Mr. Saunders?
Yes.
Okay, and then I just want to confirm, we don't need to go over these now. The jury has already been waiting a little longer than I told them they'd have to. But I did place on the on counsel table copies of proposed jury instructions, and then also just recently copies of what comes in the form of jury instruction 605B, but it's not a jury instruction, it's a proposed verdict form. Did both parties get a copy of those, Mr. Freilich?
Yes.
And Mr. Saunders?
Yes.
Okay, we can discuss those at the conclusion of evidence, but at this time then I'm going to bring the jury in. All rise to the jury.
Tammy Morrell, thank you for the super chat. It says no civil activist said we don't need the police. We'll do it ourselves. Okay. The family and friends are begging for media and info from law enforcement.
Okay, be seated. All right. We are back on the record this afternoon. The case is still with the defense. Mr. Freilich, do you have any other witnesses to call?
Your Honor, the defense rests at this time. No other witnesses.
All right. Then the matter turns to the state. I don't know, Mr. Lizet or Mr. Saunders, who's going to be questioning the first witness. So, Mr. Lizet, your first witness.
Your Honor, the state calls Dr. Matthew Seipel.
Okay. Dr. Seipel, if you want to step forward here. And
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in the matter now before the court, so help you God?
I do.
Please have a seat and state your name for the record.
Matthew Seipel. My last name is spelled Seipel.
okay, then the witness is yours, Mr. Lizet.
Good afternoon, Dr. Seipel.
Good afternoon.
How are you currently employed?
I am employed as a licensed psychologist with Behavioral Consultants Incorporated and the Wisconsin Forensic Unit, where I perform forensic mental health assessments on a full-time basis.
How long have you been with the Wisconsin Forensic Unit?
I began with the Behavioral Consultants and the Forensic Unit in September of 2020 as a postdoctoral forensic psychology fellow, and I've continued with those organizations since February 2022 when I obtained psychology licensure in the state of Wisconsin.
And you indicated that your full-time duties is to perform forensic evaluations, is that right?
Yes.
What types of evaluations do you typically perform?
I complete competency to proceed examinations, mental responsibility or NGI evaluations, evaluations of people who are petitioning for conditional release from the state mental health institutes, as well as legal guardianship, and several types of juvenile evaluations.
You indicated that as your full-time employment. Do you know about how many of each of those evaluations you might perform in a calendar year?
And so I would say in total, I've completed over the past 3 years roughly 1,000 across those types of evaluations. So in a calendar year, it would break down to typically at least 300 evaluations. About 3/4 of those would be competency evaluations. And then roughly, I would say another 10 to 20% would be NGI evaluations.
You indicated that you are a licensed psychologist in the state of Wisconsin?
Yes.
What does that process entail?
And so to become a licensed psychologist, one needs to complete a doctorate in psychology from an institution that is either accredited by the American Psychological Association or determined to meet equivalency of those accreditation standards. And then at the time that I obtained licensure, 1 year of full-time postdoctoral supervised practice was required. I believe that standard has changed, but that was the standard for licensure at the time that I gained my license.
And you indicated that you must have that doctoral degree. Where did you obtain that degree?
I was from Iowa State University.
And do you have, can you just go through briefly your education prior to that degree?
I completed a bachelor's degree in psychology from Cardinal Stritch University, as well as a Master of Science in Clinical Mental Health Counseling from Marquette University before completing my doctorate at Iowa State.
And Doctor, through your professional work at the Wisconsin Forensic Unit, did you have an opportunity to work on the present case, State of Wisconsin versus Taylor Schuabusiness?
Yes, I did.
How did you become involved in that case?
And so I was requested to complete 2 court-ordered competency evaluations in this matter.
When you say court-ordered, does that mean that the court is the party that retained you rather than either the state or the defense?
Correct.
Yeah, and when was that first evaluation, when was the first report filed?
That was in November of 2022.
And when was the second report filed?
That was earlier this month, in July of 2023.
Can you, you mentioned that you were retained by the court to do a competency evaluation, and earlier you also mentioned that you do NGI evaluations. Can you explain for the jury the difference between those two types of evaluations?
Yeah, so those are 2 entirely different types of evaluations that are guided by 2 different state statutes. And so competency pertains to a defendant's current mental status. It is independent of the mental state at the time of the alleged offenses, and it pertains to whether or not the defendant presently has substantial mental capacity to understand the pending proceedings or to meaningfully assist in their defense. Whereas the state statute for NGI dictates It is about the defendant's mental state at the time of the alleged offenses, and specifically, was there a qualifying mental disease or defect that contributed to a substantial lack of capacity to appreciate wrongfulness of conduct or to conform conduct to the standards of the law?
And you indicate that you have substantial present experience in both of those types of evaluations. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, they are different evaluations with different standards. However, are the materials used to evaluate those often similar?
I would say that collateral records are critical in both evaluations, although in competency, those records would focus most heavily on the present time and present functioning, whereas for NGI, it would be focused upon functioning at the time of the alleged offenses.
And can you talk about the records that you reviewed regarding Ms. Schuabusiness for each of the two competency evaluations that you performed?
Yes, and so I reviewed the criminal complaint for the underlying matter. I reviewed all previous psychological evaluations that were completed in reference to this case, including competency and NGI reports from multiple examiners. At both times, I reviewed her contemporary treatment records from the Brown County Jail. And during the most recent evaluation, I also had the opportunity to review a discharge summary from a treatment episode at the Nicolay Psychiatric Center in 2021.
Did you, subsequent to the evaluation, were you also provided with copies of materials from an inpatient stay at Bell and Psychiatric, or two different inpatient stays at Bell and Psychiatric?
Yes, after submitting my most recent report, defense counsel provided me discharge summaries pertaining to those two episodes of inpatient care.
And were all of those records taken into consideration when you either rendered your opinion or provided testimony at competency hearings in this case?
I would say that all of the sources that I mentioned initially were considered in reaching my opinion in my report. And then those Bellin records I did consider in preparing for testimony, but they did not alter any of the opinions offered in my report.
And in addition to reviewing collateral records, did you conduct personal interviews with Ms. Schuabusiness?
Yes, I did.
And what were the dates of those interviews?
And so the most recent interview, I'm just referencing my report here, was on July 12th of 2023. And for the initial interview, I would reference, to refresh my memory, that report from November of 2022, the date of the interview was November 17th, 2022.
And were both of those in-person interviews?
Yes.
And can you estimate approximately how long you met with Ms. Schuabusiness in those interviews?
On both occasions, it was roughly 90 minutes, perhaps give or take a few minutes.
Doctor, when you were reviewing the records and ultimately when you had to come to an opinion in this case, had you encountered prior diagnoses that had been assigned to Ms. Schuabusiness at various points in time?
Yes.
Were you aware that at some point in time she had received a bipolar diagnosis?
Yes.
And do you recall where that came from?
That was during her inpatient treatment at the Nicolay Psychiatric Center in 2021.
And Doctor, what did you note with respect to that particular diagnosis? Were there any concerns when you saw that?
Yes, a concern I had with that diagnosis is that for one to be diagnosed with bipolar disorder, it's specifically within the diagnostic criteria for that condition that the symptoms cannot occur exclusively in the course of substance intoxication. And I noted that there's multiple collateral sources suggesting that she was abusing methamphetamine very extensively leading up to that treatment episode. So I was unable to really see how the treatment providers could have parsed out to what extent any psychiatric instability derived from the methamphetamine use versus an actual underlying mental illness.
And did you have an opportunity to review the discharge summary from Nicolay Psychiatric?
Yes.
And in that discharge summary, is there a discussion of how she presented upon arrival compared to how she presented upon her release 21 days later?
Yes, it was noted that there was a remarkable difference and that psychotic symptoms were evident upon admission, including hallucinations and very disorganized behavior, although those symptoms were determined to be largely resolved by the end of that treatment episode.
Does that suggest anything to you with respect to the substance abuse that was indicated at the outset?
And so it's, again, difficult to disentangle to what extent that improved mental status resulted from any medication she received in the facility versus her mere forced abstinence from intoxicants.
Based on your professional education and experience, of the types of symptoms that were noted upon arrival at Nicolay Psychiatric, can those symptoms also be associated with the methamphetamine use solely?
Yes.
So it's possible for someone to manifest those symptoms solely based on meth use without having any underlying mental health illness?
Objection
Yes.
calls for speculation.
Oh, he mad.
Overruled.
Yes.
You indicated that you had the opportunity to review reports from other evaluators who met with Ms. Schabusiness and provided opinions in this case. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did you note whether or not any of the other evaluators shared similar concerns about the bipolar diagnosis assigned to her by Nicolay Psychiatric?
Yes, I noted that in Dr. Engen's mental responsibility evaluation, she took most specific and direct issue with the basis for that diagnosis, and she ultimately, in her report, offered that she did not see sufficient support to assign a diagnosis of bipolar disorder. I also noted that, for example, in Dr. Lucetta's competency report, while she did not necessarily completely rule out bipolar disorder, she also noted again that the substance abuse was a significant factor leading up to that diagnosis, and she merely essentially sought to rule out that diagnosis but did not assign it.
So I want to just sort of speak generally about bipolar. Can you describe for the jury what bipolar is and what is required to diagnose such a disorder?
Yes, and so there are two different types of bipolar disorder. There's bipolar 1 disorder, which is a more severe condition, and that is the diagnosis that has appeared in some of the records in this case. Bipolar 1 disorder is characterized predominantly by manic episodes, which are periods of it lasting at least a week, where more often than not the individual has a significantly elevated mood. They may behave impulsively, erratically, have a decreased need for sleep. And in some instances with bipolar 1, that is alternated by depressive episodes, which typically last at least 2 weeks and are largely the opposite of mania. That means there's a persistently low mood, low energy, feelings of worthlessness, guilt, or hopelessness, things of that like. Whereas bipolar 2 disorder has hypomanic episodes, which are not as prolonged or severe as a manic episode. And by diagnostic criteria, someone must also experience depression in order to qualify for bipolar 2 disorder.
So is it fair to say that to diagnose someone with bipolar 1, we would have that expectation of seeing those prolonged manic episodes, at least one instance of a prolonged manic
Good point.
episode?
Yes, and it would need to occur outside voluntary substance intoxication.
Is it possible for a person who has been diagnosed with a bipolar disorder, is that the type of condition that could occasionally wax and wane over the course of someone's lifetime?
To the extent that someone does indeed meet diagnostic criteria for bipolar disorder, yes, there certainly can be a waxing or waning or a cyclical pattern of symptoms.
I also want to harken back to the fact that you have done NGI evaluations. Is that correct?
Yes.
And is bipolar a condition that can sometimes contribute to an opinion that someone does meet NGI criteria?
Yes, it certainly can.
And under what circumstances might you expect to see that?
Yes, and so in order to reach an opinion of supporting an NGI plea in the context of bipolar disorder, one, there would need to be a firmly established diagnosis of bipolar disorder, again, in the absence of substance intoxication, and there would need to be a very direct linkage between the symptoms of that mental illness at the time of the alleged offenses and the substantial lack of capacity to either appreciate wrongfulness or to conform conduct to the requirements of the law. It's not enough for the defendant to simply be symptomatic, but that linkage needs to be established with the lack of capacity.
When you talk about establishing that linkage between the crimes alleged and the mental illness that's been assigned to an individual, what sorts of facts or circumstances do you consider when you do NGI evaluations?
And so there would need to be converging data sources indicating that indeed the defendant was symptomatic of that legitimate mental illness at the time, and there would need to be, conceptually, it would need to make sense for the alleged misconduct. There would need to be some sort of reason that mania, for instance, would have caused that behavior. There would need to be evidence to suggest that the person was fundamentally unable to control their behavior. And so again, that would typically comprise a pattern that extends beyond that one momentary act, but it would need to be a broader pattern encompassing that time frame.
So if you are evaluating whether someone's bipolar disorder might be causal of the criminal offenses, would it be significant to you to evaluate the defendant's symptoms or how someone presents immediately before and immediately after the alleged offenses?
Yes, those would be critical time frames in which to gather as much data as possible.
Is that because one would expect that someone with bipolar wouldn't manifest those symptoms solely for a short period of time, but typically over a much longer period?
Yes, that is correct.
Objection calls for speculation.
I think it calls for his professional opinion.
Overruled.
Yes, it would be expected to see, again, a symptom duration longer than just the mere moments of committing a criminal offense.
Doctor, I want to quickly return back to some of the other records that had been mentioned. You indicated that you did have an opportunity to review the medical records from Bell and Health from two different stays that Ms. Schuabusiness had, one in 2012 and one in 2014.
Yes.
And I'll first call your attention to the 2012 records, if you recall those. Do you remember if Ms. Schuabusiness was assigned a diagnosis by the treatment providers at Bell and Health at the outset of her stay in 2012?
She was assigned a diagnosis of mood disorder not otherwise specified.
So she was not assigned a bipolar diagnosis at that time, is that correct?
Correct.
And then in 2014, did she likewise have some sort of diagnosis following her 3-day stay in Bellin?
She was again assigned a diagnosis of mood disorder not otherwise specified, and they did add, which is not a diagnosis per se, but they noted alongside the diagnosis a history of psychosis. But in looking closer at the records, that history of psychosis derived squarely from an adverse medication reaction, which prompted the initial inpatient stay. So she was prescribed sertraline, and then only after that did she begin to have psychotic symptoms, and those symptoms resolved as soon as that medication was discontinued.
Again, she was not assigned a bipolar diagnosis in 2014 either.
Correct.
Dr. Seipel, you indicated that you did have an opportunity to review Dr. Litton's report from July 3rd of 2023?
Yes, I did.
And what type of report from a forensic standpoint was Dr. Litton's report?
It appeared to be a combined competency and NGI report.
In your experience and training, is it best practice for someone to engage in a combined report of both competency and NGI?
Typically, a separate report would be submitted to address each issue independently.
What are some of the reasons why you might not combine those two reports?
For one, there can be information introduced in the issue of criminal responsibility that might be inappropriate to be contained within a competency report. A competency report is not supposed to contain incriminating